call this meeting of the City Council to order. It is Monday, December 9th, 2024. It is 6:15 p.m. Appreciate folks' patience. Our Board of Finance meeting ran a little bit late and just had to deal with some technical issues here, but here we go. The first item on our agenda is a motion to adopt our agenda. Is there a motion along those lines? We don't have to meet, but...
So moved.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Shannon. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Litwin. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. I will note we are joined by Councilor McKnight online. The next item on our agenda is public forum. It was set for a time certain at 6:05, but we will open it now at 6:16 p.m. Under our council rules, we'll first hear from Burlington residents here in City Hall, and then among those Burlington residents online. We will then repeat this same process for non-Burlington residents. As a reminder, in order to participate in public forum online, you need to have signed up at least an hour in advance through our City Council website. Each speaker, whether in person or online, will be provided 2 minutes. When I call your name, if you're here in person, please come to the table. Make sure the green light on the microphone base itself is illuminated. The green light on the other thing there is the timer. So make sure the green light on the microphone itself is illuminated. And please make sure you pull the microphone close. These mics are sensitive. For those online, I will let you know once you've been unmuted, and we'll put a timer online. When providing comments, please direct them to me as the chair, not to any other individual. It's important that City Hall remain a safe place for those who serve, those in attendance, and those watching our meetings. The Council respects and values the diversity of opinions and perspectives on public issues. We ask, however, that all comments be free from individualized attacks, hate, harassment, obscenities, or other derogatory language about people or groups based on individual characteristics or protected characteristics. We also ask that public comments avoid conduct which is unreasonably loud, disruptive, or discourteous. If I interrupt a speaker at any point, it will be because I'm providing the speaker an opportunity to proceed in accordance with these rules. If public comment continues in violation of these rules, I reserve the right at that time to end public comment for that individual. So with that, at the moment we have 7 Burlington residents here in City Hall who have signed up for public forum. Our first speaker is Gail Anderson, who will be followed by Joseph Roll. Sorry, it's the green light on the microphone itself.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm here to express my opinion, my concern about the condition of our city in terms of safety and economic viability. It's heartbreaking to see some of our residents suffering with drug addiction. It seems like there is very little enforcement of open drug use and dealing in town. There is no dignity or recovery in that. I feel like this situation is perpetuating the problem on many fronts. Enforcing the law would possibly precipitate the choice to enter rehab in lieu of incarceration. By not enforcing the law, it places the burden of addiction on the business owners and residents who may just want to bring their families downtown. It is society's obligation to support residents struggling with addiction, but we need the tax revenue from the businesses and property owners to fund programs that can do just that. If we allow our city economy to weaken, we will be even less equipped to fight this terrible drug blight. Brick and mortar retail is already experiencing an uphill climb. Almost anything you can purchase downtown can be ordered online, and with the added stress of increased theft. Our unique draw in Burlington is social opportunity to shop and maybe catch a meal. In a way, it's a bit of theater. Anything that creates a barrier to that needs to be addressed, or we lose it. We can't continue to rely on a well of goodwill that's been established over time. Over the Thanksgiving weekend, we headed to Church Street to shop, wanting to support businesses. There was a large police force present, but even with that, we stopped for hot chocolate at Ben & Jerry's and literally were 4 feet away from a drug deal going on. At the same time, there was a large group of young hockey players and their families from Boston. Not exactly an inviting family environment. Recently at a public meeting, the director of King Street Center mentioned that some of the parents are reluctant to allow their children out after school to attend activities due to safety concerns. This is just the wrong reality to perpetuate. These families need to be recognized. Seems like the City Council has spent a great deal of time concerned with oversight of the police department. Haven't we created enough conditions in the department that discourage recruitment? And sadly, now our chief is leaving. I observed the police doing a decent job giving the staff shortages. Maybe more time could be devoted to keeping perpetrators off the streets once they've been apprehended. Two things can be true at once. Addiction is a disease that warrants our community's attention as such. And if someone is breaking the law, they need to be held
Thank you.
accountable.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Joseph Roll, to be followed by William Ochin.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Rowell. I am here about item 6.9, the purchase of the property at 0 North Avenue. We live just north of that piece of property, and we actually have an easement on that current parcel that we use for access to and from our home. We're really excited to see the land protected and maintained. We think this is going to be a great thing for the city, and it's probably going to make a beautiful park. We just want to make sure that we're going to continue to have access to be able to use the easement, and hopefully have some input in the park planning phase to maintain some sort of a buffer, for a little bit of privacy and continued use of our driveway. We also would like some sort of autonomy in being able to do maintenance actions on the driveway to and from the house. That is all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is William Ochin, to be followed by Christopher Aaron Felker.
Let's talk about the graffiti ordinance. This is a picture of my dog Ambrose. If, God forbid, he were to somehow get away from me while on a walk, I guarantee that within 6 hours, every lamppost in the city would have its picture, along with my name, my phone number, and the offer of a substantial reward. Technically, according to the ordinance up for discussion, the city could bust me for being a public nuisance. Would they? Would you do that? Of course not. We all know the answer, and I should hope that you wouldn't. Today, the City Council appears ready to approve targeted, selective prosecution for posting stickers that say this: the Cornell University Law School and the sorry, I'm shaking, I'm a little nervous, and the ACLU, both with well-established leftist credentials, have told you that you cannot do that. Let me put this very simply. You cannot bust me for this unless you bust me for this. You don't get to choose what is approved speech. You have left a clear trail of evidence proving your intent to use the state apparatus to restrict certain speech. Highlight these words, because it all boils down to this: intent, state apparatus, restrict speech. You can let the mayor know, and Karen Paul and McGee, that their emails about this were leaked. I've read them. They're comically stupid. If you pursue this, those emails will make entertaining reading in court. I look forward to it.
Our next speaker is Christopher Aaron Felker, to be followed by Todd DeLuca.
Good evening. Happy holidays to everybody. Here to speak about the update of the graffiti ordinance. I've spoken to many of the counselors about this quite a bit. I appreciate the fact that some of you have been very receptive and willing to listen to an alternative vantage point. And I am encouraged that counselors have recognized that this supposed right to private action is a mistake, and that would most likely be removed from the updated ordinance. Mr. Ochin spoke earlier about how municipalities have a 14th Amendment obligation to be content neutral on the speech that people use. That being said, Mr. Ochin's correct. Flyers about a lost cat or dog posted around with the telephone number are just as much graffiti as are the stickers that say, "I defend women's rights," that everybody seems to find so offensive. So, like I said, 20 months ago, last March, the city has every right to enforce its graffiti laws. so long as it does it in accordance with the 14th Amendment. That means that you cannot just go after Mr. Ochin for posting stickers that say no one's born in the wrong body or I defend women's rights. If you want to enforce the graffiti ordinance, you have to do it against everybody. That includes the lost cat and dogs, the Ramble, which the city funds with money. CEDO goes around and posts flyers all the time. You can't do this. You don't have the authority or the power to truly restrict speech based upon its content. And as far as that resolution, that ordinance was going, there's no way you can prove intent that I defend women's rights is intended to harass or degrade anybody. It's not. It's laughable. You'll be laughed out of court.
Thank you,
You all
Christopher.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Todd DeLuca, to be followed by Ellen Hacker.
Hello, Mayor, City Councilors, Mr. President. I'm Todd DeLuca from Ward 4, and I'm here to talk about the Public Nuisance Ordinance before you tonight and the unprecedented private right of action contained within. This ordinance is a censorship ordinance created in response to the March 2023 City Council resolution to silence these disfavored words, the words on the condemned stickers. I defend women's sex-based rights, spaces, and sports. And no one is born in the wrong body. In January of 2020, there was going to be a conversation at the library which was silenced. Like the conversations before it were silenced. Is it time yet to have a conversation about women's rights and healthy bodies? I hope so. Thank you, and good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ellen Hacker, and then our last Burlington resident here in City Hall will be Liz Clements.
Hi, I'm here to talk about item 6.9 on the consent agenda, the purchase of the Larkin property. I have lived just north of that property for nigh on to 30 years, so I know a lot of its history. And before you put up the fence, literally there were ATVs that would go up and down the beach, through the beach, all day, especially on weekends. There were beach fires, multiple beach fires that we would call the fire department. Usually they were responsive, but then the pandemic happened. And we all know what happened then. They've actually asked us at one point if we could put the fires out ourselves. And I tried that, and I was literally stalked all the way back to my house, which was a very uncomfortable feeling. There are loose dogs all over the place that have come up onto my porch and attacked my cats from that area there. So therefore, that's why we put a fence there. So at the very least, I would ask that fence remain until after the 3-year survey is complete, for our safety and for the safety of the woods themselves. And I would also ask that we have one contact person that we can talk to about the needs of the woods, because there are huge amounts of invasive species growing there, and they need to be taken care of now. You know, I would worry about vandalism. I already do worry about vandalism. So I would ask that we have one person that we can contact who would be responsive to our needs as residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our last in-person speaker, a Burlington resident, is Liz Clements, and then we will then turn online. Our first online speaker will be Sharon Busher.
Hey, everybody. I just wanted to share my concern and support for Taisha Green. She's been on my mind a lot lately, and I've been trying to talk to people about it, and I appreciate those conversations. But I'm just getting a little worried that there won't be a fair solution, so I just want to come here tonight and bring it up. And I'm here to ask that there's a good faith effort to listen to Taisha and come to a solution that both sides agree to. And, you know, I care about Taisha personally, but I also think that the way people are treated and how they feel when they work and live here is a reflection on all of us who also work and live here. So thank you very much. And I guess also I really support trans rights, and I hope you do too. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Our first speaker online is Sharon Busher. Sharon Busher will be followed by Lee Morgan. Sharon, I am pulling a timer up here on screen.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. I'm going to speak about Barbara Nolfi. I served with her on the city council, and there's a resolution tonight speaking about her. There are two things that were not addressed in the resolution that I wanted to highlight. One was an action that she was part of. She went with then President Bill Aswad up to look at the time, Hydro-Quebec's water plant, their power plant, and the impact it had on Indigenous people and the lands. And her reporting was so vivid and so important that the council at that time chose not to get a contract with Hydro-Quebec. We now have one. Things have changed somewhat, but at that time it was destructive, and we chose to do what I believe was the right thing. And Barbara led that informational piece and was very clear in her reporting back to the council. That's number one. Number two is, when I first got elected to the council, it wasn't the council, it was the Board of Aldermen. And you were called alderman. And I took issue with that. I'm not a feminist, but I didn't want to be an alderman. And I didn't like being an alderwoman either. So I tried to chop off the gender and just put alder. That didn't work. So Barbara joined with me, and we were the ones who moved to have it become the city council, and each person would be a counselor, and the gender would be left out of the equation. I didn't realize how important that was as we've evolved in society, but I'm really glad that Barbara and I brought that forward, and I wanted to mention that tonight. Thank you.
Speaker will be Lee Morgan, who will be followed by Mark Leopold. Lee, you should be able to unmute yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
You're a little quiet. If there's any way you could speak closer to your microphone.
All right, let's try this again. Can you hear me now? Still quiet?
It's good enough. It's a little quiet, but we'll be quiet, so we can hear you.
How about this? Is this better?
Yeah, go ahead. That's fine.
Okay. All right, so hello, folks. My name is Lee Morgan, and I am a trans man living in Ward 3. I'm here tonight to express my deep concern regarding the Democratic Caucus's proposed amendment to remove the private right of action from the graffiti ordinance. This amendment feels like a direct removal of protections for the trans community, while simultaneously shielding those who perpetuate harm against us. For years, anti-trans stickers and graffiti have been appearing across our city. Here's the thing, folks. These acts of defacement aren't just vandalism. They're targeted harassment meant to silence and intimidate the trans community. I've personally felt the weight of these hateful messages in public spaces, where they serve as a reminder that people like me are still not fully safe here. If Burlington wants to pride itself on being an inclusive and safe city for everyone, striking this section from the ordinance is not the way to do it. Removing this protection is not just a failure to safeguard us, it actively emboldens those who seek to harm us. I urge the council to reconsider this amendment and to reaffirm your commitment to the values of justice, public safety, and inclusion. Stand with your trans neighbors and ensure that Burlington remains a place where hate has no home. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Leopold, to be followed by Pike Porter. Mark, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you for the opportunity of speaking tonight. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I would like to speak to the affordability of living in Burlington, Vermont on a fixed income. I'm a Ward 4 resident, and it concerns me that with the threat to federal programs, Medicare and Social Security represented by the incoming administration, that the deferred maintenance in Burlington being addressed in what seems to be hasty action is going to raise the cost of electricity and water at a time when all other costs are going up. While inflation has cooled in the last 2 months, there's no deflation in the sense that none of these higher prices are going to go down. We're going to have to live with where we are in the prices that we're paying. We're going to get an increase in property taxes yet again in 2025 to 2026 and 2026 to 2027. Burlington is rapidly becoming an unaffordable place to live. I'd like you to do what you can to spread these increases out over a longer time frame. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Our last Burlington resident online is Pike Porter. Pike, you should be able to go ahead.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to ask you to keep the private right of action in what's been termed the graffiti ordinance. And I ask that because I read this new ordinance to include much more than just a graffiti or stickers, but also to include leaf blowers, which definitely damage the health and air quality in and around Burlington. The leaf blower ordinance that the city council passed several years ago, the compromise ordinance, is not working. Landscapers use their leaf blowers in violation of the ordinance and do so with impunity. The police don't have the resources to handle this or take care of it or even be bothered by it. And this private right of action would have been a nice tool to help limit the illegal use of the high-powered leaf blowers during those times designated in the leaf blower ordinance. If you must remove this private right of action, I'd ask the city council to revisit your leaf blower ordinance and just ban outright all gas-powered leaf blowers to make it easy. And I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have one non-Burlington resident online, but we first have 3 non-Burlington residents here in person. And so we will return here to City Hall. And our first non-Burlington resident in public forum is Thomas Furland, to be followed by Luce Hillman.
Hello, I'm here to talk about 6.9 of the consent agenda.
Sorry, is the microphone on? Is the light?
Lights on. You want?
Maybe a little closer, sorry.
I'm here to speak about the consent agenda, item 6.9 again. As you've heard, there's a lot of concern from the residents. My wife and I have 2 properties to the north of the Larkin land, and we've been helping kind of deal with trespassers and people vandalizing the cars and so forth. And we also maintain that right-of-way with the driveway. And so we're concerned about people using that driveway, liability issues, and privacy issues. So hopefully that will be taken into consideration as you all go forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Luce Hillman, to be followed by Michael Pelletier.
Good evening. My name is Luce Hillman. I work for UVM, and I'm a facilities manager at the university. And I'm here to speak about item 7.4, the district energy benchmarking, and how it relates to the University of Vermont. In particular, item 8107B, which is the buildings that do not have direct metering. Some of you may know that UVM has a central district energy plant that serves approximately 70 buildings with steam, which is mostly used for heating. There's about 30 buildings on our chilled water system, which is also on the main campus. The Trinity District plant is much smaller in size, and that only serves the Trinity side of campus. With regards to metering, it is a real challenge to meter steam, and our meters frequently fail. We have spent over $1 million in the last 10 years to improve our metering with limited success. Meters have been improving in the last few years, and we are working on a multi-year plan to focus on research buildings, which are our large users of conditioned air. There are code requirements requiring the number of air changes per hour in a laboratory space, often 6 to 8 changes an hour, which means providing fresh air to the laboratory to provide a safe work environment for our researchers. We are working with BED to better define our metering goals and timelines for some of our buildings that are part of our district energy system. We are also developing a condition assessment program for some of our historic buildings to assess improvements that we can make to reduce their carbon footprint and lower their energy usage. For example, replacing a roof this year on Allen House, corner of Main and South Prospect. We were not allowed to insulate the roof because it would alter the roof line, and Vermont Division of Historic Preservation denied that request. They would not allow a change. So these are some of the challenges that we deal with when we try to renovate our historic buildings. We've hired a consultant, RMF Engineering, to develop an energy master plan, which should be completed in 2025. And we have also dug 2 geothermal test wells with the intent of drilling 1 more well this spring. That's it.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Michael Pelletier. I pronounced that 2 different ways, hopefully. You're all set. Okay, thank you very much. So that brings us to our last speaker, non-Burlington resident online, and that is Karen Sita. Karen, if you could just let me pull the timer up, we should be good.
Mr. President, can you hear me? There was
Yes,
some
and if you could just let me
Okay,
pull the
great.
timer up real quick, Karen, that would be great.
No problem, Mr. President, you rule.
Okay, you can go ahead.
All right, I'm here to talk about something that's been pressing, not just our city, but our nation. Obviously, Mr. Sean Carter, we all know who he is, Jay-Z, and his disgraceful life. You know, I went to California and I really discovered how these people really are, the obsession that they really are, the narcissism that they really have. You know, I'm a federal court girly. I hang out with Judge Crawford and his bow ties in the federal courts often. He just wrote me a letter, which I just opened. And, you know, federal court is no joke. You know, they tried all types of things to sabotage me from going to law school, even though I'm a straight A student, even though I'm the most creative legal pleader they have ever seen in their entire life. But you know what? God has other plans for me, and I will go to law school. I mean, if God said it, it must happen. I don't care if it takes 2 years or 5 years, it will come to pass. You will call me counsel. Now, I'm here to talk about Sean Carter because so often women are afraid to speak up and tell the truth. I've been a victim, but actually, honey, I'm a survivor. I support women. Like, I don't know why you guys didn't elect him to the council, but Aaron Faulkner, Christopher Aaron. I don't know why you guys didn't elect him, but that's your mistake. But anyways, the whole point is women shouldn't have to not feel afraid, okay? You know, the Jay-Z is going against a woman because she wants to be a Jane Doe. There's a reason why there's Jane Does. There's a reason why women don't want to come forward, because people think that, oh, I have money, oh, I'm a man, or I'm this, or I'm that. I can bully people, and they tried to bully me for years, honey. And look at me surviving. Look at me still looking cute. Look at me popping my stuff. Not afraid of no one, because I'm only afraid of the God who can kill bodies, not these human bodies. Because you know, if you stone me, honey, I'll rise again. Okay, I'll rise again. So live with no fear. So, you know, once again, federal court is no joke. And I want to make clear to Mr. Sean Carter that when people file in federal court, they have to follow the rules, including penalty of perjury, which is 5 years in prison. You will fall for your sins, sir. And everyone in Burlington, believe women. Believe women. Thank you.
Thank you. That is our last speaker in public forum. We will go ahead and close public forum now at 6:44 p.m. And that will bring us to the next item on our agenda, which is a work session on the 2025 Town Meeting Day General Obligation Bond. As we are doing this, an ask to the City Attorney's Office, actually, which is when we get to the consent agenda, if an item on the consent agenda, which was a topic of public forum, was removed, is it necessary that we place it on the I mean, I guess the question is to confirm. My understanding is a single member can remove an item from the consent agenda and place it on deliberative, even though we have our agenda in place already. And I'm just hoping that you can confirm that. If you have the answer now, great. If not, something to look into for us to get to the consent agenda.
Okay, so I agree with your analysis that you can do that. And my other thought is simply that if the motion, can you tell me what number it is on the consent agenda? Do you know?
6.9.
Thank you. Oh, that's not. That's the item, 6.9 is the item that you want to take off the consent agenda? Not the, what we discussed at the,
Well, maybe there's different
Board of
versions here.
Finance.
Sorry, no. That item is actually not before the council. That's
Okay.
only a Board of Finance item. This item is item 6.9 regarding the sale of 0 North Avenue. And I'm just seeking confirmation that if any single member wanted to remove that from the consent agenda, that it would be appropriate and then simply placed on the deliberative agenda.
yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So that now takes us to item 3, work session on the 2025 Town Meeting Day General Obligation Bond. We have Chief Administrative Officer Catherine Schad, Director Spencer, Ashley Parker. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, so as Ashley is pulling up the PowerPoint, I will just say a huge thank you to the entire Capital Committee, which has almost a representative from everywhere in the city. So Ashley is going to take the lead presenting as our Capital Programs Director, but you'll see that this presentation has a lot of input from around the city and also from several of your colleagues here. So thanks to those of you who have already given us some feedback. Ashley, take it away.
Good evening, everybody. Tonight we're here to talk to you about our request for a $20 million general obligation bond for this town meeting day to support general fund capital initiatives. Tonight we're just going to go through a quick history or a rundown of the general fund capital budget, the history since 2016, and what the city has done to achieve improvements in our general fund arena, and then ending where we are today. To get us going today, I thought we would show you an image from last week, actually in our fleet maintenance garage. This was one day, and you'll see all the vehicles that are in there for maintenance. So what is capital? A capital project is generally one that involves construction, renovation, improvements to various types of assets like our city streets and sidewalks, facilities, and our fleet, and our parks. It does not include your typical annual recurring maintenance or operations expenditures. And on the general fund capital side, when we talk about capital, it's mainly our DPW fleet and streets and sidewalks, as well as our parks and our central facilities, fire, police, and even some public art. So the city first started going after sustainable infrastructure needs back in 2016, and that was when the first general obligation bond for about $27.5 million was approved by voters. And you'll see a rundown here of the things that we did back then. And this is taking us into 2022 when the city then went forward and got approval to invest in another $23.8 million general obligation bond to continue those investments that we first started with, to again hit some $151 million in identified needs, and try to leverage our monies with about $60 million in state and federal funding. Thought we'd take a few slides to go through what have we done with the $23.8 million over the last 3 years. We've done a lot. Right off the bat, we've spent over
a quarter of that bond on some really important public safety upgrades, including a major upgrade to our 20-year-old radio infrastructure system that really helps our police and fire departments communicate across the city during emergencies. In addition, we also spent a little over $2 million on 3 new fire trucks. This was 3 of our 8 existing fire trucks that have a lifespan of about 12 years. And they were well overdue, I will add. The other big highlight that I wanted to touch on was the fact that we put in about $5.2 million worth of the general obligation bond monies, and in return, we're able to leverage $74.5 million in grant funding. So this was really, really huge for us because it gave us the opportunity to take a little bit of money and turn it into a lot. The 2 projects I'm highlighting on this slide is the Champlain Parkway. We recently completed the phase 1 and hoping to complete phase 2 in this coming fiscal year, or this fiscal year, really. And we also have 2 really, really important grants for our Fletcher Free Library. Those images on the right show you some of the really significant needs, especially in the exterior of the building that it has. And so we had 2 grants that we were able to secure to get some work done for that historic part of the building. Next up, we can't forget our streets and sidewalks and other traffic safety initiatives. With this bond, we were able to do about an additional 1 to 2 miles a year for both streets and sidewalks. This is about 4.5 additional miles for both of those in total. We also received put $1.5 million towards traffic calming initiatives. And talking with the tech services team, about 10 to 12 projects in the traffic calming world were completed in the last 3 years. And traffic calming tends to be anything ranging from improvements to intersections, some bike ped like new lanes, protected barriers, that kind of thing. Another major investment with this recent bond funding was about $7 million that went towards some urgent safety needs in our multiple city facilities. The 3 that I chose to highlight here is our Letty Arena. We had to replace a red tank boiler this past year. It was a very urgent need. The middle picture is actually the sump tank in this building. The City Hall has a really interesting and complex heating and cooling system, and this was a really important need for us to make sure that we had heating and cooling in this building for the last year or so. And then on the far right, you'll see heat exchangers at 1 North Avenue. The one on the right is the old bad one, is rusted out and was causing some serious issues. So we put a lot of good money to good use in our city facilities. And of course, I can't say we haven't been working towards net zero, so all these things are working towards our goal of reducing our energy consumption, and we're also looking to continue implementing things that help us become more equitable for staff and the public. Last but not least here is our parks. We put an additional $2.6 million towards our parks this year, or the last 3 years. One of the major projects that we completed was the Oak Ledge Universally Accessible Playground, which has been a really amazing addition to our park system. And we've also completed some really important work at Star Farm, Shiflety, and the boathouse dredging work is ongoing, but is a really important project that's happening there. This brings us to phase 3, which is where we are today, and our ask for an additional $20 million to continue these and other much-needed capital improvements in multiple city assets. Why do we need another bond now? Right now, if we choose to not move forward with any additional borrowing, that we will be stuck with $2 million a year for capital expenses. Our charter allows us to do an annual borrowing of $2 million, and right now we need at least $10 million to continue doing any kind of sustainable continued improvements to any of our assets or infrastructure. If we were to receive authorization for an additional $20 million, as you'll see, I have a table here that shows you the projections for how we could spend that out over time. Having that additional money, in addition to the annual CIP borrowing, would bring us closer to that $10 million goal a year for spending. And I think one of the things that has not gone away, and we've talked about this, I think every time I've given you guys a presentation on the capital budget, but our costs are going down. And since '22, we've continued to see inflation still at a slower rate, but it's 10% higher for non-construction costs since '22, and for construction, it's still about 25% higher than it was in '22. Wanted to give you just a high-level overview of where we're at with our debt capacity, as that is a really important look at how to make this decision or how to come forward with this ask. We have looked at this, we look at it annually. Right now we're forecasting that due to some increases in the grand list and the ability to pay down some of our principal quicker than expected, we do have some gap there that we are able to make this $20 million ask. And of course, as we continue to pay down debt over time, this gap will just get bigger and it will have more of a positive impact on the debt service tax rate, which means it'll adjust as needed, possibly going down. How would we spend this money? We have lots of needs. The first one on my list is our general fund fleet capital assets. For the last 2 fiscal years, we have chosen to defer the purchase of new city fleets due to not having enough resources to replace general fund fleets. Right now, we have about 30% of a 242 fleet inventory that is in need of replacement, and about 45% of that is some kind of public safety vehicle, whether it be a fire, police, or snow removal vehicle. So we have at least for the next fiscal year, at least $3 million worth of fire trucks and ambulances, plows, and snow tractors, sidewalk tractors that are on the list of needing to be replaced. They are over their life, their useful life. In addition, staff continue to look at the options for looking to purchase used fleets and also purchase electric where we're able to. It's more difficult with some of the larger fleet. We aren't always happy with the way they perform the services that we need them to, but we are looking at all options to try to save money now and over time. Sidewalks are another one that we know is really important for all of us, I think, in this room. The city has 133 miles of sidewalks with 40-year lifespans, and our goal is 3 miles a year of replacement. Right now, the cost to replace 1 mile of sidewalk is at about $1 million, and so that leaves us with a bit of a challenge to try to figure out how to maximize amount of bond money and some supplemental resources to hit that target. The last 3 years, we've only been able to hit, like I said before, about 1 to 2 miles a year. And so we would hope to increase this as much as we could and get as much done as we can. Oh, I also wanted to point out on this slide, right now, we are forecasting about 17 miles that are in the poor or serious category in terms of condition. And we really need to hit that 3 mile a year in order to reach even come close to knocking those 2 categories off before others catch up to them. Somebody help me, Sean?
Jane, if you're here for public forum, public forum ended about 15 minutes ago.
Okay, I'm here.
All right, thank you.
All right, next up is our city streets. The city we own and maintain about 88 miles of streets, with V-Trans taking up another 7 miles of streets. For the street system, the street network, we have about a goal of 4 miles a year to pave, and it's another $1.2 million to just do a mile worth of streets. Right now, Tech Services is estimating that we have about 10.7 miles worth of road that isn't hitting the maximum pavement condition index, which is how we rate the condition of our streets. And so it's really important to try to hit a 4 mile a year target for paving so that we can keep up our street network. In addition to streets and sidewalks, we also have bridges, and we have some bridges here in our list that we're keeping an eye on and we're hoping to fund. One of those on the left there is the Heidelberg Bridge guardrail, and we have our North Beach Bridge and overpass project, and on the far right is our Winooski Bridge project. All of these are major projects on the capital plan in the next 5 years, and we are hoping to fund these as well. Transportation safety is another big deal for the city. We have, in the past, it's about $500,000 a year that we have tried to put into this program to get planning, but also about 10 to 14 traffic calming type projects out there of different types. Right now, I know that the team has about 58 community requests for some kind of traffic calming in the city, and we are hoping that if we can get this funded, that we can get about 75% of that request list knocked off by the end of year 3 of the bond. Central facilities is another area that we are really working to catch up on deferred maintenance. At this time, the city has about $13 million in deferred facilities needs. Our biggest priorities right now are our city facilities with major health and safety issues, keeping in mind, again, the importance of our net zero energy and our equity goals. I provided a really brief list here of some of the priority areas that we have on our minds. I did want to just point out, with the understanding of the public safety building project, we do have some needs at 1 North Avenue and the Central Fire Station that are really integral in order to keep the folks who work in that building and the public who visits those buildings in place until we're able to come up with something else. And so these are what I consider to be the most minimal amount of investment to make sure that we have functioning facilities. And again, we have our parks. And the city has 37 parks, and we have more than $25 million in deferred park needs. The parks team has recently done 4 comprehensive plans that have identified an additional $58 million in improvements as well. And the additional funding sources that we have for the parks team right now is our penny for parks, which only brings in about $563,000 a year. That would only, if we were to use that to try to knock any of this off, it would be about only 3% of the necessary funding to support those improvements. So it's really important to get some kind of additional bond revenues to support and provide supplement revenues for these projects. And again, last but not least is our goals for our local matches and funding some of our major projects. And I wanted to highlight here, we have projections that we're hoping to bring in, if we could use $20 million of investment, we could hopefully get $145 million in grant and federal funding, state and federal funding. And that's huge. And so we are really looking to get a lot for another, little bit. The Winooski Bridge is probably the one that I want to highlight the most here because it's an urgent bridge replacement project that also has some major bike ped connectivity and safety issues associated with it. So this is a major project that has about another $4 million that we need to find in local matches to support this project. And then lastly, the Intervale Shared Use Path is a smaller project, but it's another connectivity, safety, accessibility type project to bring some good to that part of our community. All right, so understanding that we're all feeling a bit of a pinch here, we know affordability is critical for our community, for this administration. one of the analogies we like to talk about in our office is it's similar to a homeowner who has put off deferred maintenance for a long time, has things happening to their roof, the windows, the kitchen, the bathroom, the plumbing, and now you've got some major leaks and you can't put the leak off, you have to fix it, and you have to put in some money, and so that's where we're at. We know that the 20 million won't get us all the way there, but it will get us a little bit of the way there. This is also a great time to continue our investment in these capital assets. We've got a new budget process underway that I think will really help us hone in on our operation and maintenance, which will really reduce the impacts that the capital bonds have felt, I think, in the recent years. We won't have as many urgent needs that we have to respond to. And waiting to do this won't do anything. Prices will continue to rise, and our really urgent needs will just continue to get more urgent. Here's how we project the impact of this bond to hit the tax rates, in particular the debt service tax rate. Right now what we are projecting is a possible interest payment in FY26, which would have a very small impact on an individual's tax bill, and with the majority of this to be really felt in FY27 when the city starts making its first principal payments. And then next steps for us, we are hoping to continue this conversation with others in the community. There will be a town hall for anybody who wants to come on January 6th here in City Hall. And we'll also be doing a round robin of sorts of NPAs, and actually it's looking like January at this point. And so hoping to spread the word and talk with as many people as we can, aiming for Board of Finance City Council vote in January, and hopefully a vote by the community on town meeting day in March 2025. The last thing I just wanted to highlight here is number 4. It's been talked about a little bit, the annual borrowing charge change and a possible increase. What we're hoping to do is do this in a step fashion so that we can hopefully get this $20 million bond in place to provide us with the supplemental funding we need to continue making our investments, but then in FY29, hopefully we can get an increase to our charter, about $5 million, which will continue giving us some additional monies to spend and continue our investments, with another increase then in 32, up to about 10 million, so that we can hopefully reach that level of sustainable funding that we talked about at the beginning, where our annual need is about 8 to 10 million a year. And so that's how we hope to continue building this capital revenue pot. The capital, $2 million is all that the capital program has at this point. So that would be huge. I think that's it. So, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Before turning to councilors for questions and feedback, Mayor, we'll turn to you.
Thank you, President Travers. First of all, I want to really acknowledge and appreciate Ashley and her entire capital committee, and of course the CAO, Catherine Shad. There's a lot of work and thought that went into this, and as we continue to refine this with the lens of affordability and presenting money items for the March town meeting ballot that are sensible and well-informed and moving us in a good governance kind of way, this is it reflects a lot of work, so I really want to start by appreciating that. I'm realizing I erred in not offering one piece of feedback, which I saw in the slides, and I'm hoping you can speak to Ashley briefly, because you and I have had this conversation back on the slide around affordability and transparency. Part of that is starting to bring forward a clearer matrix for which we choose what capital projects we do in advance and whatever pot of money we have. And I know that Ashley's already started to think along these lines. We have bits and pieces of this that have begun, including a joint effort from REIB and the planning department that's through a federal grant, to think about how do we apply an equity lens about why we choose this project versus not. A quick example that exists already is in the sidewalk program, for example, in DPW. They also work with REIB. There's a look, and I won't maybe get this right, you can speak more to it, but essentially we look at where the more used sidewalks are, because people have less cars, they're more mobile by using sidewalks, patterns, et cetera. And that gets ranked at a different level than a further afield sidewalk, for example, further in the city in terms of our limited means. So we're trying to really be not only diligent in stewarding what resources we have, but with this added lens that we're building out in a more robust way. So I don't know if you want to if I hit it, great. If you need to correct anything, please do.
No, I think you nailed it pretty good. What I was just going to add is one of the things that we're working on to continue the conversation with the public is a publicly accessible GIS map that will show the next 5+ years of the capital plan and give the public an opportunity to weigh in as well, and so that we can continue prioritizing and refining. I'm also hoping to create more layers where the equity layer would be one of those layers where we can see, okay, where do we have the most need? Where do some of our projects overlap? How can we where do we have projects where we might be able to target more than one asset or need with a grant application, for example? So yeah, I think we're heading in a really good direction there.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Any councilors wish to be recognized on this item? Councilor Bergman.
I got three things, and thank you for taking the time with me to talk about this and solicit our comments. In terms of the bridges that you did pictures of, I didn't see the Winooski River bike bridge at the mouth of the river. Is that in your sights? I say that because we have gotten serious concerns expressed here over the last year regarding the subsidence based on the effects of the river. And I would just, if it's not, I would really like you to pay attention to that. We don't make these corrections better by not spending any money, and here I am adding something that may not be on there, but there's that. You mentioned something in relationship on slide 26 to the tax consequences and the comment on payment of principal. The slide itself says in the last bullet, the effect from this bond will not be more than the amount listed on the slide. But then I got confused by your comment about fiscal year 27 and the payment of principal. So could you be so kind as to clarify?
Did you have a third thing? Because we're dividing up who's going to answer. Chapin's got one, I've got two.
The third one is simply, you had mentioned to me previously, and I'd like it to be in the public, you've got some new software on the management of capital, and I didn't hear you mentioning that, but that would, I think, be very important for us to have, so that we can know that not only are we spending the money on capital, but we are going to maintain those capital assets in a much longer and better and more cost-effective way. So maybe you can, I don't care between these two questions, who takes what and when, but thanks.
Great. We're going to take them in order, and we're going to go down the line. Director Spencer, bridges.
Thank you. Yes, the Winooski Bridge is being monitored. City Engineer Wheelock was down there doing a site visit 2 months ago. We are monitoring it at this point. There is erosion upstream. The abutment itself currently is sound, but we are in communication with the Winooski Valley Park District, who owns the property just upstream, about how that bank could be reinforced.
On the slide, effect on tax bills, we can come up with something a little bit more detailed. In past years, we've actually put something that said, in the first year it will be this, the second year this, the third year this. In trying to simplify it, maybe we simplified it too much, because what we have on the monthly expected tax increase is the maximum that your tax bill will increase by. And so I think what we were trying to say was, in FY 26, it's only going to go up a little bit. It's not going to go up by the amount you see on this slide, but by FY 27 or 28, you could expect it to hit that maximum, and then it will start going back down. But perhaps that more detailed look would be helpful, so we'll get that together before you see us again.
Thank you. I think that would be very helpful.
And then thank you for bringing up telematics, because yes, I meant to talk about that, because it is an important piece of software that the city recently purchased to help us monitor all of our fleet assets so that we can be more timely with our preventative maintenance, which will help us with better understanding where our vehicles are at, when they need to be replaced, to make sure that they're being used, identifying all kinds of, a whole host of problems. So it's really going to help us, I think, better manage our resources and our funds, having this software in place.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Is there any other councilor that wishes to be recognized on this item? Councilor Litwin, and then Councilor Newbeezer, and then Councilor Barlow.
I'll be quick because Councilor Bergman brought up the
Winooski Bridge, which is something we hear a lot about in the New North End. So thank you for monitoring that. It is important to the folks who live there, especially those in the Bayou section, I call. That's very low there. And the other piece I just really, this is so quick and easy, I would love for you to include in your outreach working with the Accessibility Committee, I think there's a longer name, I feel like, but we have the newly reformed Accessibility Committee with CHO Shad is aware of. What I would appreciate is that they're involved, particularly in the conversations around what sidewalk gets fixed and what sidewalk doesn't get fixed, because to me, what looks satisfactory is satisfactory for my body and my ability, but not necessarily for somebody who uses a wheelchair or other sort of mobility assisted device. And I frequently speak to folks, especially in certain neighborhoods where maybe there's a concentration of folks with disabilities, like around Champlain Housing Trust or BHA buildings, or elder communities for those who are 55 and up. And so I would just ask that we're engaging those communities when we're thinking about how we prioritize sidewalk repair. I think this is an important bond, but ultimately lots of folks will have to weigh in on that. So thanks so much.
I'm so glad that you brought this up, Councilor Litwin, because as Councilor Carpenter and I were reformulating the Accessibility Committee, which does have a longer name, but that's enough for now, we were very clear that our capital programs director should sit as a permanent member of that committee. And so Ashley has just started joining us for this very purpose. So great minds think alike, and we're definitely on that.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thanks for that commitment.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilor Newbeezer, to be followed by Councilor Barlow.
Thank you all so much for the presentation, and I guess I'll just say I like the transparency and that we're getting into some granularity around how we're spending taxpayer funds, especially as folks are talking about concerns over property tax increases. I did not have a chance, because I'm still in the first 2 months of having a newborn, to send questions in advance, so I apologize, but so don't feel any pressure to answer them now, and it's a work session and we can follow up. I have one overarching, which is, I have a soft spot for DPW. There's, we talked about water infrastructure last meeting or the meeting before. Everything you presented, I can see the need clearly. And we've got to cut something, and so I want to get a sense of looking at sort of the bird's eye view, so to speak, is okay, maybe this is something we do and we absolutely need, and this is the thing, that we're taking a hit on. But I want to understand what we're not doing, because we just can't do everything. And be able to communicate that out and sort of have a conversation with the community, because it's just, a question of what we want as a town. The other two, which are sort of related to that, I guess, on one of the first slides you talked about sort of the good governance. If we sort of cover our capital needs with a sort of good governance mindset, or the bare minimum, we're at the 8 and 10 million mark. So I guess I want a better understanding of what that does, what we get or don't get, and why not just, especially right now, go to that 8 to 10 million mark rather than the full 20. And then along the same lines, when we talk about fleet maintenance, I think we said 45% are critical police fire.
This work session, but one question, your second question, I just wanted to make sure we didn't have a misunderstanding, because you mentioned the 8 to 10 per year, but then somehow the way you worded that question made it sound like, why weren't we doing that in place of the 20 million? And I just wanted to be clear, we need $8 to $10 million a year every year. And the $20 million
gets us that for the next 3 years, and that is a sort of bridge or interim plan before we seek the charter change that would allow us to get the $10 million every year. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, thank you for the clarification.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. Councilor Barlow, and then Councilor Kane.
Thank you, President Travers. Like other councilors, we sort of have the same sort of thematic questions here. I had the same question that Councilor Bergman did on slide 26. You answered that for me, so thank you. On fleet, we had talked about how we have been under replacing fleet for the last at least 2 years. And I'm wondering if this bond, absent future charter approval for additional borrowing authority, would get us basically caught back up.
It gets us closer to that, especially for vehicles that we can bond for. So I looked at this today, and there's almost $3 million of vehicles, and especially in the public safety realm, that need to be replaced that are over their useful life. So if we continue to defer any of those, I think I'm speaking fairly for Dave and Lee over in our fleet team, that would make them a little nervous. It's getting harder to, our operating and maintenance budget can't do much more to keep these older vehicles in any better shape. And so I think now is the time to really start knocking the ones off that we are overdue on, essentially. And once we do that, then we're back on our regular replacement schedule. But I'm not sure that we'll be able to get fully caught up on some of the things that are more of the cash purchase world, but at least for these larger ones, or big ticket items, I think we can, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question is more of a comment than a question, but we've been talking a lot about these issues that are going to be on the town meeting day ballot that are going to cost taxpayers or ratepayers additional money, and it goes direct to affordability. We have the water bond, which is very significant. We have this general obligation bond for capital. We know, and I plan on attending the school board meeting tomorrow night, but I think they're starting to focus on like at least a 10% increase, it looks like. And then we have a structural general fund budget gap in the city that we still need to have strategies for filling, but it'd be hard to me to imagine strategies that don't also include additional revenue raising. So I'm thinking that we need to sort of frame this sort of comprehensively for rate and taxpayers somehow. And it's more of a comment than anything else, but I think we may need a sort of a matrix on that so that we can be transparent about what all these various requests mean to taxpayers and ratepayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Councilor Kane, and then Councilor Grant.
Thank you all for the presentation and for getting back to me earlier about my questions. I have a few more. I'd like some additional information on a couple topics. So in terms of the methodology related to buildings that are towards the end of their useful life, I'm wondering in more detail, like if a list is maintained of those buildings with projected dates, and if there's some sort of methodology in place when we get to 3 years away, 2 years away, 1 year away, to try to avoid making certain types of investments, because I see millions of dollars of investments up there, in facilities that may not be around in a couple years. So that's the first thing. The second topic is traffic calming. I am very encouraged to hear, I'm really excited to hear that out of the 58 traffic calming projects in the queue, that with this bonding we would be projected to clear, I think it's 75% of them in 3 years. That's terrific. One point of clarification is the $500,000 allocated per year. So that's like 2 traffic calming projects, like proper projects, right? And then 10 seasonal. I'm wondering for those seasonal, are those are not the same projects repeatedly every year, right? Because they're taken away and put back. Those are 10 new each year, is that right? So that's a pretty specific question. And then the third topic that I'd like to raise is sidewalks. So I'm glad to see the recommendation in here, the clear recommendation of 3 miles per year as the standard we need to maintain our sidewalks. And I would like to just be reassured that we are budgeting adequately to meet that 3 mile a year mark, especially with construction costs having gone up 25% since 2022. I see it listed here that a mile of reconstructed sidewalk is about $1 million. I also see that from the phase 2 from the previous couple of years, we did, it looks like 4.5 miles for, I believe it's $6.3 million, so that would be $1.4 million per mile, going back a couple of years if I understand that correctly. So I do really want to make sure that I understand that between the street capital tax, which I'm not sure is indexed to these construction prices going up, that I believe has been covering 1 mile per year reliably for decades, that between that tax and what we're setting aside here, that we really are going to be able to hit that 3 miles a year for sidewalks. Thank you.
I'll start with how we make decisions about when we need to invest in buildings at the end of their useful life. This has been an interesting conversation with this city council because we've had the discussions around 200 Church Street, and now we're having conversations around police and fire as we look for a new building. And so even just taking those examples, it's a lot more art than science. So I wish there was a framework with check boxes or something like that that made it a little easier to make these decisions. I will say that our central facilities team does a very good job of cataloging the state of the buildings in our asset management software and then consulting with us before decisions are made. But in order to get to a place where we could do something more standardized, we would have to know, for instance, when are we going to move into a new public safety building? And so we're kind of far away, specifically from that police and fire discussion for us to be able, like, we can't stop making investments because we don't exactly know when they're going to be moving. So for things like urgent life and safety issues, that's an easy one for us to say yes to. If we were in any way considering something that was nice to have, not must have urgently, then I think we would open up that discussion. But these are things that we can't probably go the next year without. So in this case, while it may look counterintuitive and none of us want to spend like $500,000 on something for Fire Station 1 or for the police station, there's not really a way around it at this point. And I'll pass it to Director Spencer for traffic calming and sidewalks.
Councilor Kane, I do just want to note before it goes to Director Spencer, you have about 30 seconds left, so Director Spencer's likely to take that up unless you had any further questions or comments you wanted to make. Okay, great. Director Spencer.
Great. Point one, just to be clear, the water is, we talked about facilities. One big gap we have in the city is that water resources isn't stewarded by central facilities. So that is a gap in our delivery system of buildings that we are going to have to work together to fix. Two, traffic calming, to your point, Councilor Kane, we are talking about additional investments each year and not counting the same seasonal investment a second year as being a second project. That said, as you noted in the numbers, we only have funds under this proposal to do 1 or 2 civil construction projects a year. Most of the traffic calming would be seasonally installed temporary facilities, and we need to help the public be comfortable with that level of traffic calming while we seek grant funds and other more durable investments. 3, we are talking about hitting 3 miles of sidewalks a year, though with cost trends and with the other asset needs that we talked about, this $20 million is not going to be stretched to meet all needs across all asset classes. And I'm pretty comfortable saying that we are going to have a difficult conversation with you all about how that $20 million is split among these different assets.
add one thing. Something that will hopefully be coming soon. We'll be talking to you in January about our impact fee study recommendations. There is an opportunity to have some funds for transportation projects specifically that might also ease the burden on the general fund bond to provide an additional source of revenue to offset and maybe kind of close some gaps in areas or help us move some monies into different places. So there are some options, I think, for some supplemental funding. We'll have to be creative, but there's some options to maybe do things differently than you might think.
Thank you. Councilor Grant is the last councilor I have in queue at the moment. Councilor
Thank
Grant,
you.
perhaps we'll wrap with you.
Thank you for the presentation. Lots of really good reminders. I share the same concerns around traffic calming that Councilor Kane has expressed, and I'm glad to hear your feedback on that. I want to give a shout out to Sergeant Millis of the police department, who doing overtime is really the only one out there consistently doing traffic enforcement, doing the best he can, but it's, clearly a big issue in the city. So whenever we can add more traffic calming, it's going to make a difference to slow people down. Thank you for that. I have just two quick questions. Under central facilities, concern with the apparatus floor that was a temporary repair in our fire station. And my understanding is that it was a 1-year temporary repair. Like, it's going to only be good for 1 year, and we're like 5 or 6 months in, and we're away from a new building. How is that? Are we keeping our eye on it? What's like kind of the plan for that?
Yes, I'm just looking at my urgent needs list really quickly here. I know it is on our minds. Kim is very aware of what we installed. Yeah, the floor is on the list. So it's on the list for about $800,000.
Okay, thank you. And the only other thing I have is not really a question as much as a statement. Well, actually, one quick question. You said for 2 years, there was nothing done to address deferred maintenance? So the past 2 fiscal years?
For fleet? Yeah,
For fleet?
24 and 25.
24, okay. And then my other statement is that as a council, we really need to be thinking about property tax reform, moving to a more progressive property tax, because everything that we have in the pipeline is so necessary, so important, that old saying, the chickens are coming home to roost with all of this is very, very true right now. But we've really got to examine the burden to our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Is there any other councilor that has not been recognized who wishes to be recognized on this item? All right. I think I'll just briefly, because I think it is relevant to a few of the comments that were made here, give some folks a little bit of a roadmap here. A couple weeks ago, I would have told you that as we look towards next March, there were 5 items in my mind that had dollar signs next to them for voters to be thinking about. One is that our Charter Change Committee had been reviewing an item that would have, if voters approved it, increased the city's annual bonding authority from its existing amount right now, year in and year out. I do want to just confirm for the public, my understanding from the administration is that that matter has been pulled now and will not be on the ballot for voters to consider in March. So in my mind, that now takes us down to 4 items that we'll be thinking about. And we just received a great presentation on it this evening, one of them, the $20 million general obligation bond, so thank you very much for that. At our meeting on December 16th, we'll be having a second work session on the water revenue bond, followed by a vote on that, I anticipate, in January, as well as on the general obligation bond. We received a note from our school district that they would like to present to the City Council at our meeting on January 13th, and I anticipate that at around that time, we'll be learning more with respect to what, if any, Education tax increases, including those mandated by the state, will be coming the way of Burlington taxpayers. And then, of course, we have continued to hear about a potential $8 to $12 million budget gap in our general fund. And I know that I think everyone at this table is committed to doing whatever we can to ensure that any budget gap is not going to necessitate a general fund tax increase from voters. But I do think that that's an important piece that folks are going to have to know about is obviously there's going to have to be an increase of some revenue sources to meet that gap, or there's going to have to be very significant savings than what we've heard thus far. So I think the hope of the council would be to hear a plan as we approach these votes in January as to what can taxpayers anticipate in terms of meeting any budget gap, whether it's a general fund tax increase or whether it's increasing some other revenue source that's available. And transparency will require that we let voters know that. From my own perspective, just to use the homeowner analogy briefly, I completely agree that there's some leaks here that we can't wait on any longer. But when the homeowner has to address that leak, something else also has to give in the household budget. And I appreciate that the administration has been working on this. I appreciate that we're now down to 4 items with the removal of that one charter change question on bonding authority, and we'll look forward to the discussion to come in the coming weeks. Thank you for this great presentation. All right, that now brings us to the next item on our agenda, which is item 4, Mayor, General City Affairs.
Thank you, President Travers. So this evening, and we have, Aaron, have you texted Christian? Have you texted Christian to be online? Yeah, okay. I'm going to start with another item, and then hopefully when the CAO is back, we can promote someone I want to speak about in just a moment. But let me start with community safety, as I usually start on community safety. I spent the last week, most of the last week in Boston for 2 purposes. One is I went down a little bit earlier to purposely meet with the staff of Mayor Wu, and she was generous enough to have me meet with her chief of staff and their senior advisor on community safety, which is a position that has been in the city since Mayor Wu started her administration and tenure there. They were very generous with their time, and I learned several different items about how they approached that position, as it was a one-person position when they started, and then it evolved into a division of folks and their response and how that person complements response to police, how they focus very strategically on anti-violence measures in certain parts of the city, how they really focus on something very similar to the situation table, which I think I spoke about last time, but part of our team went to Bennington, Vermont, to learn about this model that's been used in Chelsea, Mass., but also elements of Boston. So they were very generous, and we did a bit of a deep dive into, and Ingrid, my senior advisor, joined me by Teams, and they were just very generous with their time. I then went on to, my purpose really for being in the city was to participate in the 2024 mayor's class with the Harvard Center Leadership Initiative, which is part of the Bloomberg Center for Cities. I joined 25 other new mayors from across the country, including San Francisco to Alexandria, Virginia, and everything in between. This program was incredibly useful, and the most impactful session in particular was on public safety. And former Chief Ramsey, who is the former chief of Chicago, former chief of Washington, D.C., and former police commissioner of Philadelphia, was there among also mayors, including the current mayor of St. Paul, Minnesota. And they were very insightful in their advice to new mayors on things like chief police hiring and selection, issues related to also police recruitment and the perspective of how to go about that. They also were really critically helpful on understanding how to make sure the city views public safety and community safety, was actually what Chief Ramsey used as a phrase, across the board amongst all departments, including a very innovative thing in St. Paul to the mayor there, whose name I can't remember right now, sorry, mayor from St. Paul. But they actually do a whole other, now they've evolved their work to actually involve community to weigh in on community safety measures around their capital use. Interesting from our last conversation. So they, again, bigger city, but they take $1 million and they have the community name parts of the city where infrastructure pieces can be done. So better lighting, for example, so that continual negative activity in a hotspot no longer happens. And the community weighs in as part of a full-blown effort of really engagement around community safety issues there. All to say, it was very quite helpful. More to come on that. Since the last council meeting, and I'll be meeting again this week relevant to this, our retail theft regional effort that we're trying to engage our regional partners, including Sheriff Gamlin and State's Attorney Sarah George. We had a meeting internally with those individuals, including Lieutenant Detective Bellevue from the Burlington Police Department, to start really looking at how we can be approaching this differently. Not only working in a regional element, but understanding what are the issues that are really creating, gumming up accountability. And one big piece, the state's attorney was talking around the idea of bundling, for example, cases. So repeat offenders, making sure that it doesn't have to be sort of one incident, second incident, third incident, but bundling of these in terms of knowing that the court system is backlogged, and how do we think about a more efficient court system that's well-resourced and able to move these cases, as well as maybe a special docket to, again, clear the backlog and have a more real-time accountability system. Sheriff Gamlin's going to take me to what's called the Chiefs of Chief meeting in the county this week, and so we'll continue the conversation there. Chiefs of other police departments are there. I'll be joined by my team from the city as well. Also, a few more things on community safety. Again, January 9th is the next Community Safety Forum. I'm holding this every 2 months. This one will be, again, January 9th, 5:30 here in Contois. Our focus will be on substance use and all the different elements of our response and how we're approaching that. The community safety downtown effort of investing additional resources during the holiday weeks has been successful. We filled, I believe, if not all the shifts, close to all the shifts at this point. And I was able to secure a $30,000 in private donations to do a 50-50 split between general fund resources and private donations. As I mentioned to you when you brought this idea forward, I thought this was very important to continue as a public-private partnership given the state of city finances, and I initiated contact with 2 generous donors in our community, which I again really want to appreciate Ernie Parmalu and Tom Levitt for their continued commitment to the city and clarity of knowing that while this is very important here, we, in this time and moment, we need more sustainable practices to make sure that we're keeping our city safe, but that we're also finding better approaches for how we use our money. Then last piece, in January, we will be bringing the work on the public safety building to you in a work session in January. You heard a little bit of reference to that in the last presentation. So we have been working diligently on that. Ashley Parker, who probably went home to hopefully her family by now, has been helping to lead and project manage that. So there will be a more comprehensive update to you soon. Have I talked long enough on the first topic to now have Christian Bear? Okay, so let's bring her on up. I wanted to start here, but she wasn't quite online yet. I want to happily announce to folks publicly on the council meeting, this is our first council meeting, that I have appointed Christian Berry as the new interim director of the REIB. Christian has been with the city since last October. She's up on the screen as a tiny, can we make her bigger somehow? Is there some way to do that? Okay, CAO is working on that. And this is an interim appointment. We're working towards getting through a lot of transition within REIB. Christian has stepped into this role about 2 weeks ago, right before Thanksgiving. I'm so appreciative of her work already for this city. She came before coming to the city to work at the Vermont Department of Health on issues related to health equity, among many other things. Is just a really gifted community outreach professional and expert, as well as just a deep commitment in our community. Her resume speaks volumes around working with many nonprofits in our area, including even up at UVM's medical college. So she has agreed to serve in this role. I appreciate this. There was a seamless transition from our outgoing interim director, and I'm very encouraged by the work that and the clarity she'll bring for us trying to continue to deepen our work, clarify our work with the community, and move forward with the urgency that equity work desperately needs, especially as we turn the corner into January. So this is Christian. There she is. She'll be back for more, and I just appreciate her saying yes to this role. So thank you, Christian. Appreciate it. All right, my next couple items I would like to just briefly update on. The Tax Fairness Working Group, I'm slowly appointing people to this group. This is a group that I hope to be a partnership between city councilors. Apologies, a couple of you have not heard from me yet, but you will be, as well as some key community members, to start working over the next several months with our city assessor, Joe Turner, to look at how else we can be looking on our municipal side of the tax structure for ways we can look for affordability, income sensitivity, maybe methods we can mimic on the state level, on the local level, and anything in between. I really benefit from advice and advisors to broaden my own thinking as mayor, and this is another extension of that. So look for more on that as that group gets up and rolling in the next few weeks. We also welcome this week, we've hired the Overdose Prevention Center Implementation Specialist. Her name is Teresa Vazina, and I don't have her resume right in front of me, but she is the outgoing Executive Director of Vermont Cares. So she has deep expertise in the area of harm reduction, deep expertise in our community. It's a statewide organization, of course, but she also has a great care. When I spoke with her over the holiday break, she really is deeply committed to this work in a way that knows that deep and rich community engagement is key already on this difficult topic, but also making sure that an OPC is well vetted, that is put in the context of our new legal reality that we are, again, turning the corner in January facing. And I think it's a real win for the city that she happened to be in a transition moment and ready to take on this temporary role to help move the Burlington forward. Just two last things. It was mentioned in the last session, and I just want to emphasize that folks should be saving the date for January 6th at 5:30 for a town hall on the town meeting day. And Joe McGee will yell at me for saying too many town meeting, whatever. But we're holding a town hall meeting to talk about the full all the topics we are planning to propose to be put on the March town meeting day ballot related to money. And this will include where we land with the various bonds. It will also include where we land with offering you again a balanced and responsible budget that puts Burlington on a sustainable path for making sure we have an affordable budget, but that we also have good governance practices and merge some of our modern gov work together to get away from the continual structural challenges of budget gaps. We will get there, and we are working actively on a path that you can be confident about. So January 6th to learn more. And actually, I will leave it at there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. That takes us to City Council, General City Affairs. Before turning to other councilors, I would mention this in City Council President, but that's later in the agenda, and who knows if we'll get to it. I do just want to note that since our last meeting, great news, in my opinion, for our judiciary. Our governor appointed our colleague, our now former colleague, Tim Doherty, to serve on the Superior Court bench. I've had the great privilege of knowing Tim personally and professionally over a number of years, and I think his commitment to justice and to fairness is a great benefit to our judiciary, and congratulate him very much so on that achievement in his career. The judiciary's gain is our loss here on the City Council, however, and I just want to take an opportunity to thank Tim for his service here with the City Council. I know that he was very dedicated to the position, oftentimes at great personal and professional sacrifice, as many of us face, and want to acknowledge that work on behalf of his constituents and community, and I know his voice will be missed here at this table. So that is what I wanted to note beforehand, with a congratulations to Tim. And now I will turn to the rest of you, if there are any councilors that wish to be recognized on City Councilor General Affairs. Councilor Newbeezer.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to note, because we just had the discussion around capital projects, and I was really glad to hear in the mayor's update that we are forming this tax working group, this tax fairness working group. I think, and I hope that my colleagues on this council moving forward understand the necessity for, I believe we need to be sprinting toward tax fairness measures, asking the state, the governor and the legislature to give us the authority to determine how we tax folks, so that those at the very top are paying more of the burden, and so that middle-class families, working families, renters are not continually driven out of our city, as has been the trend for the last decade now. And if the governor is not going to do that, if Senate leadership, if the Speaker of the House won't take that up and prioritize that, they need to have a good answer to Burlington. And certainly they should give us the authority if they don't have interest in doing it themselves at the statewide level. I will leave it there, but I also was excited to hear about the town hall on January 6th, really getting into the specifics of how we're going to balance our budget in a responsible way. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other councilors that wish to be recognized for general city affairs? Councilor Grant.
Thank you. First, I really want to thank the mayor for continuing to think out the box. I believe this idea originally possibly started with former Deputy Chief Lebrecht, the idea of a retail task force, and I really appreciate you taking the reins on this to work on this and make it happen. We know that we have quote-unquote repeat offenders with regards to being responsible for a large amount of retail theft, not only in Burlington, but also South Burlington, Williston, and other municipalities. So the idea of coordinating efforts and bundling these cases, I think, could make a really big difference and hopefully take some of these individuals off the street and give some relief to our retailers. I have been deep diving the BPOA internal survey. Really interesting stuff. I encourage everyone to read it. I plan to discuss it at the Public Safety Committee meeting. I'm going to be breaking down the comments into categories and try to work with Ingrid Jonas, work with the BPOA, other members of the council, and the whoever the interim chief would be in our human resources team to address some of these things, quite frankly, some of which, especially some of the more, what was going on with the internal pressures within the department versus the very frequently talked about external pressures. It's very clear that we have to strategize as part of this rebuilding effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Does any other councilor wish to be recognized for Council General Affairs? Councilor Shannon.
Thank you, President Travers. It's sad that we lost a lieutenant who lived for the work that he did at BPD a little more than a week ago. We lost his valuable life experience as an immigrant and BIPOC community member, and we lost his wisdom, leadership, and deep commitment to equity, de-escalation, and kindness. As we continue our efforts to rebuild the department, we need to ask ourselves, what could we have done to have kept him? We cannot afford to lose people like Mai Nugent, whose lifelong commitment to policing is now continuing at another department, not ours. We need to hear more from our officers who have left to understand what we can do to keep them. I look forward to reviewing the exit survey that I understand is now available and hope we will see it soon on our agenda. Here are some excerpts from Mai's letter, which is really a beautiful and inspiring letter to his colleagues, which was shared with me. I wish I had time to read it in whole because there's a lot of inspiration shared with his colleagues. After 20 years of service to the Burlington Police Department and the City of Burlington, I am retiring. Today is my last day in uniform. The weeks leading up to this have been extremely difficult for me. Just the other day, I was talking to my friend, Corporal Jennifer Cousins, and I got all emotional and started tearing up. This has been one of the hardest decisions that I've ever made. I've poured my heart and soul into the Burlington Police Department, which I love with every fiber of my being. from the men and women that grace its halls to the community that we serve. You all have been my brothers, my sisters, my friends, and my colleagues. Some of you I have personally had the privilege of mentoring, and you have been like sons and daughters to me. The last 4 years has not been easy for you all. The struggles have been many and difficult. Politics are ugly. I don't like politics one bit. We got hit harder than any department in the country that I know of. We got dealt the worst hand that we could ever imagine. Dark days are still ahead. People forgot that we're years ahead of everyone else in the country. Our department won multiple awards in years past for our community policing initiatives. We practically pioneered de-escalation methods and were featured on the cover of IACP. Other police departments in years past have always looked up to us, and their officers wanted to come and work with us. In recent days, I constantly hear the complaints that we don't do enough community engagement. While these complaints may be valid, there is only so much we can do in our current state. It is almost impossible to engage with citizens during community events since our shifts constantly have only 2 to 3 officers. We can't perform community policing when we are all busy taking emergency calls, while many other calls go unanswered and are still waiting for us. Because of this, remember that our everyday actions from one call to the next, one officer at a time, will determine how or whether our relationship with the community is restored. We respond to emergencies every single day and see horrific things. For us, it may just be another call, but for members of the public, it may be the worst thing that has ever happened to them. When we put on our uniform, we all become leaders. We must act like leaders. As leaders, we must not lose sight of whom we serve. I'll be the first to say that I do not agree with many decisions that were made that put us in this situation, but that doesn't mean that the decision makers were evil or bad. People mean well, and they truly believe that their ideas would make our community safer and better. The result of their choices may speak otherwise, but the oath that we took remains the same. We must be impartial and unbiased. Remember, we all bring something to the table. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. We are a team, and every member of the team plays a role. I am a Buddhist. Peace, compassion, and kindness are guidance principles of how I serve. Be patient and be compassionate. Kindness doesn't cost anything, but in the long run, it will pay tenfold. Treat everyone with respect and show them the dignity that they deserve. Treat people the way you want yourself, your family, your children to be treated. For me, it just is how I am, and it is my way of life. Apparently, the modern experts came up with a fancy word for this approach, coined it procedural justice. It would seem that the modern experts have embraced Buddhism without even knowing it. I hope that during my tenure, I've lived up to what you all expected in a leader and what you all needed in a friend. With that said, my brothers and sisters, I bid you farewell.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon.
Thank you.
Does any other councilor wish to be recognized during Councilor General Affairs? Councilor Litwin.
I'll be brief, but it's hard to follow that. It's very moving. Thanks for sharing that. 2 really quick things. One is I wanted to point out and congratulate the Burlington Fire Department. I'm a member of a national organization. It has a terribly long name that is not useful, but it's the Community-Based Advocacy-Focused Data-Driven Coalition Building Association. I got their monthly newsletter, and Burlington was highlighted in their news and research section for the PREVENT initiative, allowing paramedics to administer buprenorphine, I can never say that word, after an overdose to treat opioid use disorder. So I just wanted to say, nationally, folks are paying attention to the innovation that continues to come out of the Burlington Fire Department, and I just wanted to say I was proud to see that in the monthly newsletter. And the second issue just went right out of my head. It's getting late again, I guess. So I'll just cut it there.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Litwin. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, then we will turn to item 6, our consent agenda. Having heard from some other councilors in the interim, absent objection, I am going to remove item 6.9, authorization to accept grant funds from the Patrick Leahy Lake Champlain Basin Program and acquire the 0 North Avenue property, BPRW, from our consent agenda, and place it as the second item on our deliberative agenda as item 7.15. Seeing no objection, we will remove item 6.9 from the consent agenda and place it on our deliberative agenda as item 7.15. And that now takes us to our consent agenda with the removal of item 6.9. And is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda with that removal? Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Councilor Shannon. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. So that then now takes us to our deliberative agenda. The first item on our deliberative is item 7.1, a resolution honoring Barbara Nolfi. And on this matter, I will turn to the resolution sponsor, Councilor Bergman.
Thank you, President Travers, and I'd like to read the resolution after I get a second and have the floor back for some brief comments.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Councilor Carpenter.
There we go.
Councilor Bergman, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Let me first read the resolution as I mentioned. Whereas Barbara Nolfi, who served our city as a progressive Ward 3 city councilor for 8 years and a Parks and Recreation commissioner for 12 years, died this past fall at the age of 82 after living a full and meaningful life of love and service. And whereas for all of her adult life, Barbara was a dedicated advocate for women's rights, health care, and community well-being for all, with a focus on the value of collective living, even in the face of all the challenges that entails. And whereas Barbara was a builder of community, especially as a founder of and active participant in many organizations that have helped thousands of people in northwestern Vermont, City Market Onion River Food Co-op, the Community Health Centers of Burlington, the Burlington Women's Health Center, the Burlington Co-Housing East Village, and the Charlotte Family Health Center. And whereas Barbara's commitment to women's health was reflected in her being a trained home birth midwife and a physician's assistant, assisting with the birth of over 100 children over a 7-year period, and also serving as a nurse on the pediatrics ward of the Mary Fletcher Hospital, now part of UVMMC, and a traveling physician's assistant for Planned Parenthood of Vermont, in addition to her work at the Charlotte Family Health Center and the People's Free Clinic of Burlington, the precursor to the Community Health Centers of Burlington. And whereas Barbara's lifelong commitment to collective living and community building was embodied and bookended by 2 acts of creation: her participation in the 1970 formation of a commune in Franklin, Vermont, part of the Free Vermont collective of communes in the 1970s that helped create the Vermont we know today, and 2, her participation 20 years later in 1990 in the co-housing movement, when she and others began the work to create the Burlington Co-Housing East Village, which opened in 2007 and where she lived until the end of her life. And whereas Barbara's life also reflected a deep connection to nature as she swam, camped, and hiked, appreciating the birds and fish of Vermont's forests and lakes, and always looking toward the moon. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Burlington recognizes and celebrates Barbara Nolfi's lifelong contributions and her dedication to this city and improving the lives of countless residents, leaving a profound legacy that will live on for her family, our community, and beyond for years to come. And I just want to say thank you. I served with Barbara on this council from 1988 to 1992, helping to represent the Old North End, and I can tell you she was a fierce advocate for the Old North End. She was one of my medical providers at the People's Free Clinic, now the Community Health Center on North Street in the early 1970s, when I was in my early 20s and had no health insurance. I was also making $75 a month at the time. She was a founder and board member of the Onion River Food Co-op, a community-based business I worked for and have been a member of since 1973. Barbara was a midwife of a home birth at a home birth I was at in 1980. She was a founder, as I said, of Burlington Co-housing, a model for multi-generational, affordable, cooperative living. Barbara was my friend and my comrade for over 50 years. And I am so honored to bring forward this resolution because Barbara was so central to creating institutions that have lasted for decades and have been so important to the lives of regular working people that she deserves our thanks and our recognition. She was one of the founding mothers in the revolution in women's health in Vermont, the provision of health care for all, the creation of a solidarity economy and community wealth building through the co-op movement, and yes, the political alternative that I and many throughout Burlington and Vermont call home. If you have a chance to read her obituary or listen to her interview with the Vermont Historical Society, I hope you'll do that. And I hope that you will join me in honoring her and her legacy by unanimously passing this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Mayor? And then are there any other councilors that wish to be recognized on this item? Councilor Litwin? Oh, hello. Excuse me, Councilor Newbeezer.
And yes.
Okay.
Thank you. I also just wanted to offer a few brief comments on former City Councilor Barb Nolfi and what she represents for so many parts of the city's history, policy-wise, that may have been lost over the history. And I didn't even actually know until I compared notes with CEDO Director Brian Pine, who also knew Barb well. I'm so glad that former City Councilor Sharon Busher noted this particular factoid because it is one of such significance when we can make sure that we modernize our language around the language for all of your titles, and my former title when I sat on that side of the table, of making sure that gender-neutral language exists. And so her leadership alongside former City Councilor Sharon Busher renamed the alderman title for this city, which is still a title held by certain cities and towns in this state, but renamed this to City Councilor to make sure that we were an inclusive body, and that is well in advance of other towns, as I mentioned. Barb also was, and I saw this in meetings, even political meetings, I sat alongside her, she was a fierce feminist, and she extended that in terms of being an advocate for all folks who hold marginalized identities in our society, which are not only women and children, but folks of color, seniors, peoples living with disabilities, LGBTQ plus folks. She would always speak out, and I will always remember the Progressive Party actually has in their bylaws a provision that requires a certain percentage in terms of gender identity amongst its elected leadership body in terms of city committees, state committee, et cetera. And she would always call the question when we would have a slate of candidates of, have we looked at the gender identity and is this the split? It would often catch sometimes the percentage being wrong, and people were prohibited from running in order to be able to, again, have good gender balance. And that is a fierce commitment to equity. She also served for many years on the Parks and Rec Commission for the city, I think about a decade or so. And down on the waterfront, we sometimes, again, lack the history and knowledge that there was a fierce fight back in the 80s to make sure the public not only had access, but ownership of our waterfront. And she was a big proponent of that, given her leadership at the Parks Recreation Waterfront Commissioner, again, for over a dozen years. She also was a tireless supporter of the mayor's youth office in 242 Main back in the 90s, early 90s, late 80s. And again, knowing and investing in young people, which she did as a midwife and certainly did by advancing this important piece of Burlington history, is so appreciated. And then finally, as someone who's lived in the Old North End for 20 years, her commitment to the Old North End's vitality, its growth, she was one of the early policymakers who said, we need to strategically invest in this part of the city with housing rehabilitation, mortgage assistance for first-time home buyers, assisting small and micro businesses, all knowing that the revitalization of a street like North Street, which runs through the heart of the Old North End, is a critical part of making sure our full city thrives. and it really is attended to in terms of the city's priorities. So she will be dearly missed. I know she was beloved in this community, especially at co-housing on East Avenue, and I really appreciate her service and her family's support of her being of such service for 20 years for the city of Burlington.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll go to Councilor Newbeezer and then Councilor Litwin, and then try to go to a vote.
Yeah, I just wanted to share, I appreciate this resolution being brought forward and learning a lot about Barb's life and the history, both in this resolution and what folks just shared. I first met Barb, she was one of the first people I met when I got involved in city issues in 2018. As most folks know, I ran as a college student for city council, and when you do that, most folks who are more seasoned, most homeowners, folks who have been around the city for a while, kind of look at you as though you've got three heads. And, you know, I remember like going on one door and being so frustrated because someone asked me if I knew what property taxes were. And I was like, oh my Lord. But Barb was always consistently someone who was willing to give advice. She held signs at the polls, and my mother came up from Connecticut, and my mother's very non-political, and she was standing there all day, though, because she came up for the election, and Barb said to her, you've just raised such a nice young man, like you did such a wonderful job. And she told me after she didn't really care about the political stuff that I was ranting about, but was so glad, and that's sort of the thing that always stuck out to her. So I appreciate this resolution, and I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. Councilor Litwin.
Thanks. I'll be brief. I didn't have the privilege of meeting Barb, so when this resolution came forward, I was really interested in reading more about her and learning more about her, and hearing more tonight. I really invite us to sit with the breadth of contributions that she clearly made to the city, many of which were made before I was born, but I continue to benefit from, and that we all continue to benefit from. And when we can have these beautiful moments shared together, I always appreciate that. And when I was reading her obituary, I wanted to just point out that she was a proud member of the Muskogee Creek Nation. She was an enrolled member and grew up in rural Oklahoma, and I think it's always important for visibility to honor when folks, particularly Native American folks, are out here, the impact that they have in our community, the impact that they have on our country, and you know, yet another person to look up to. So thanks for letting me add that.
Thank you, Councilor Litwin. With thanks to you, Councilor Bergman, for your work on this, and with gratitude for Barbara Nolfi's service to our city, we will go to a vote. All in favor of the resolution, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you. That takes us now to newly added deliberative item 7.15. I know we have here the Director of Burlington Parks, Recreation, Waterfront, Cindy White, and I believe the question from councilors, if I may frame it appropriately, is whether or not, given some of the public comments we heard for the first time today on this item, we should proceed with the recommended action as listed on the consent agenda, or give this more time. And Councilor Barlow, I know perhaps you had some thoughts on this, and I know we have Director White here too. So may I turn the floor to you first, Councilor Barlow?
Sure, and I am supportive of this and acquiring this land. But I think it would be helpful for the public, given some of the public comment we heard tonight, if you could talk a little bit more about the plans for the property and perhaps address some of the concerns that were raised by the neighbors of this property in terms of its future. I think what was mentioned was a fence, whether or not that would be maintained or removed, an easement that allowed someone to travel across that property. So if you could add any color to that. And then the other thing, I guess, for me is I think it might be useful to, you know, you shared it with me and we walked that property, but to more widely advertise it and what the plans might be for that as well. So thank you. I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thank you very much, and I want to thank Chief LaChance for letting me slip in early and not being at the end of the agenda. So it was really exciting, I have to say, for us to get this grant and have this opportunity. That's land that we've been looking at for a number of years. I remember early on, John Bassange, when he was on the Parks Foundation and on the commission, took me out to look at that property. And at the time, it wasn't right for the Larkin family, and the Larkin family's come to the point now where they're ready to, had the next steward of that property pass on to the city. One of the things when we applied for the grant that we were really clear, it's about a 3.5 years that you have to spend the money with the grant, is that we wanted to spend the first couple of years really getting to know the land, to do the stewardship that was needed for it, the ecological survey, the feasibility survey. So we didn't just jump in and say, okay, let's put some trails across here. It holds one of Vermont's very first Class 1 wetlands. It was actually kind of a controversial at the time that happened, but it's very unique to have that in the city. And so getting to one of the comments that Mark said as far as the future, I think it's really important when you're in an urban setting for people to be able to see things. And that's something that we envision with this property. If we're able to do it, it depends on the buffer zone for that Class 1 wetland, is the idea of an accessible boardwalk so folks could actually be able to get out to see that wetland and be able to view out over the city through very controlled access, such as a boardwalk. Because it isn't a property that really want people to be crisscrossing because, again, of that Class 1 wetland that's on the property. There is active use of it from the south end. There's a set of stairs that goes down to the beach that's been used, I would imagine, for decades. It actually says City Beach at the top of it, and that's kind of the most recent iteration of how I got started involved in this property when we were trying to figure out if that was our set of stairs or not. And Tom gave me a call the other day, and I gave him a call back. He was concerned as far as that property goes and just wanting to know a little bit more about it. So I sent him the survey that we had done. And it's nothing that we're rushing into. Again, we want to spend the first couple of years getting to know the land. We've included into the grant money for community input to have that time to listen to the community and figure out what they're thinking about, and also kind of seeing what the land tells us. I think that maybe answers your questions, Mark.
It does. Would you be open to having, like, presenting at an NPA or something of that
Sure.
nature?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. It might be a little bit easier as we get into it a little bit further once we kind of get a sense with that ecological survey, the feasibility, but happy to at any point talk with the New North End folks.
Excellent. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Councilor Litwin?
Thank you, Director White. I saw you handing your business cards to folks, so I was like, great, that's exactly what I was hoping for, so thank you for doing that. Those are all constituents of mine that I've gotten to know over time, and so I've gotten to hear sort of, you got to hear a little bit of it today, but I've gotten the longer version, which is that, they're really the first line of defense in a lot of ways for that piece of land, and it's clear that they care about it because their houses are actually 20, 30 feet from the line. So they share that driveway. So I want to make sure that we're responsive to their needs because they are the closest people. Those folks were the closest people living to it. And just making sure that, we already have park rangers that are stretched very, very thin in our city. And so I'm not against this, but part of that ongoing conversation I think also needs to be, adding another park at a far-flung spot in the city. It's about as far away from any other park you can get, to make sure that it doesn't become, another site for beyond just what they were talking about, but like partying and fires and folks camping and that sort of thing. I think that's tamped down a bit since that fencing was installed. I think that's had a positive impact in that regard. And so, yeah, just I echo Councilor Barlow's comments, and I think you'll likely do a great job of engaging with everyone in that section of the city that I don't even know what to call it, the new north end.
I think some folks call it the far north end.
The far north end, thank you, that's true. And so just making sure that folks are aware of that, because they weren't aware of this until I sent it to them. So I wanted to make sure that everybody felt like they needed. I did not know folks were coming tonight, so it's good to hear what they needed. So thank you for being connected to them and being responsive. And I think Director Spencer's gone right now, or wait, he might be hiding back there. He likes to stay late. But we have on the hopper trying to do overnight parking restriction up there as well, from feedback from that same community around folks sleeping in the cars and kind of activity, less than savory activity occurring up there after hours. So hopefully that could be done in tandem as you make this it's a really beautiful piece. So I definitely support this and thank the Larkin family for their interest in it and your work on it.
Thank you. And it is helpful that it is contiguous to one of our natural areas, which makes it a little bit easier to take on new property.
Okay. Is there any other counselor that wishes to be recognized on this item? Then Councilor Barlow, I believe a motion would be in order.
Sure, I would make the motion as indicated in the memo on Civic Clerk, the memo titled LCBP Grant and Acquisition Final.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow, and I will note that it is also listed as the recommended action on what was item 6.9, now item 7.15. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Councilor Shannon. Is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you for sticking around, Director White.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
And Councilor Litwin, Director Spencer doesn't just like to stay late. He's also next on the agenda. So item 7.2, a resolution authorization for amended Step 3 loan from Vermont Clean Water State Revolving Fund and for construction contract with PC Construction for headworks improvements. Director Spencer, I know you're joined by Martin Lee as well from the Water Department. We were joined in the Board of Finance by Megan Moyer as well. I will say that this comes to us with the approval now of the Board of Finance, but Director Spencer, we'll turn the floor to you.
Great, thank you very much, President Travers. So before you tonight, we are seeking two actions on the wastewater treatment facility headworks improvement. The first step here is a loan amendment for our Step 3 loan from the State Revolving Fund, and two is approval of a construction project to complete the headwork improvements at our wastewater plants. I'm going to turn it over to Engineer Martin Lee to go through a brief overview of this work, and then we can answer any questions.
Thank you, Chapin. So the idea tonight is to present the Headworks project and hopefully provide a little context of how this project is within the larger bond that we've also been talking about. So the Headworks project, we came to City Council back in June, and we needed to meet a deadline with the State Revolving Fund so that we would have less federal crosscutters and kind of uncertainty that was coming out with BABA. So we were able to get in there, get the State Revolving Fund application in, thanks to your support back in June. We now have the bid in hand, and the previous construction estimate was, or bid estimate was 10.3 million. We received one bid. It was PC Construction, and we do feel fortunate that we did receive one bid, and that one contractor is a local firm that does this work nationally. So we know they're qualified, and we did background review on them. Their bid was higher than the estimate. When we add their bid alternates, it was 15.8 million, so we have approximately 5.4 million extra that we're looking for the loan amendment approval from City Council. We are also requesting authorization to execute a contract with PC Construction for the 14.128 million, along with a 10% contingency, which is pretty typical for a project like this. This project is something that can happen at all three wastewater plants regardless of the path that we choose in the future. Whether, you know, the ballot item goes through or what the bond vote is. These improvements are needed, and it's the first line of defense at all three wastewater plants here. We have, we've got a star down here. This is the main wastewater plant. So the screen is at the influent here, and then after it gets screened, the wastewater then goes to a grit removal system. This is all just removing the solids, the grit, inorganic stuff to help protect the downstream equipment, and this is at all three wastewater plants. The equipment is well past useful life. We've been doing repairs, which are often costly and very operator intensive. I just threw in a few photos here that they happen to all show where we've done some repairs on the equipment. So here's some context. The green box is around what we're calling stage 0, and that is this construction project. This is something that we have 2018 Clean Water Resiliency Plan bond money for. And this is the project that I just described, so I won't go through that again. The blue square is the bond vote that we're requesting from Water Resources for these scope items. And we're calling that stage 1 and stage 2. Stage 1 includes the additional secondary treatment tankage, so additional secondary clarifier, additional aeration tankage, a brand new tertiary treatment. We don't have tertiary treatment. We don't have filters. We do chemical treatment for phosphorus, but nothing near what the state is requiring us to do. This stage 1 also includes dewatering, some odor improvements through process change, pumping upgrades and building improvements. The North wastewater plant's also included on here. That is a smaller plant, and it has similar items, but not as big as the main plant. Another pretty big item to this is what we're calling stage 2, and that's converting the east wastewater plant into a pump station and creating a force main to pump the wastewater from east plant over to the main wastewater treatment facility. So that's within we're calling the 2025 Lake Bond. There is a stage 3. It's kind of like the other category that is not currently being brought forward with a dollar value, but it's just we list many of the items here which are on our radar and we know need to happen down the line, and we just wanted to lay those out here as well, because there's plenty of CSO screening building improvements that will need to happen down the road. And I list out a few other items here. So I think the headworks system, when we look at it in the big picture of all the work that's happening, why now? And as I mentioned, it's something that can happen regardless of the path forward. It was something that was picked as the highest priority item in that category of stuff that can happen at our wastewater plants without regard to what the bond vote, what happens with the bond vote. And so this will be a big chunk. This is, half or a little bit more than half of the 2018 bond vote. And it's coming out 6 years later. We did initially jump right into the disinfection and SCADA projects. We did a few others, collection system improvements, which just wrapped up this year. That was like a 4-year project. And we also did some pump station projects. So those were the ones that were all right off the bat, things that we did. Once those projects were underway, the construction projects that are done that I just talked about, we were focusing on preliminary engineering for the next round of work. And in 2021, that's when it really came to light that the $30 million Clean Water Resiliency Plan bond wouldn't address all the high priority needs that we're looking at. And so we did start to talk to the administration and broadcast, that additional money was going to be needed for the lake. Well, we didn't call it the lake bond back then, but we did talk about additional needs. So I think that concludes it. If there's any questions.
Thank you. I would just add 2 points here. One is we did try to get additional bidders in on this project. We extended the bid deadline, and we also removed the requirement for the mandatory site visit, trying to get other bidders to the table. That did not bear additional fruit. And I do want to say that we did move quickly on the 2018 investments on the computer replacement and the disinfection, as those were the items that had failed in 2018. Since then, we had 5 permit violations in 2018 related to those failed systems. In the subsequent 5 to 6 years, we've only had 3 violations at main plant unrelated to those systems and much smaller in severity. So the systems that were fixed on a timely basis did bring the plant back to a well-functioning situation, but with borrowed time, given that the other systems that were not addressed are at end of life. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any councilors that wish to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, then I would turn to Councilor Barlow for a motion.
I would waive the reading and adopt the resolution. Move to waive the reading and adopt the resolution.
Seconded.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Is there a second to that motion? Was that a second, Councilor Litwin? Seconded by Councilor Litwin. Is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you for taking the time to be here this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That takes us now to item 7.3, Burlington Electric Department, U.S. Department of Transportation Charging and Fueling Infrastructure Grant. And I know we have General Manager Springer and others here with us. If you could please introduce the team, Darren, and then the floor will be yours.
Thank you. Good evening. So I'm Darren Springer, General Manager with Burlington Electric, joined by my colleague and our CFO, Emily Stebbins-Wheelock. And we're here to talk about an exciting grant opportunity that we are eager to get obligated before any transitions in the federal administration, which is why we're expediting this here tonight. And we have a few slides that we can run through. We didn't have a chance to present those at the Board of Finance, just to give a little context on the grant. See if those, oh, okay. Well, I'll go ahead and start while we get the slides going. So the grant is for $4.89 million. There is a match, 20% net match from Burlington Electric. That will be funded through our revenue bonds. So we have the match available, and we are going to go from having roughly 39 level 2 chargers, which are the typical ones that you see at a workplace or at a restaurant, and 1 fast charger, which is at 585 Pine Street currently in the city, and add 200 through this grant opportunity, including 47 fast chargers and 153 level 2 chargers. The revenue bond is supporting it, but clearly we wouldn't be making as much progress without the grant. And I'm sure that all counselors are aware that there is advice from all involved to work expeditiously to obligate funds before any transition. In the federal administration, Emily and a great team at BED worked to get this grant, compete for it. We were the only entity in the state to get funding this round. We've been working with the Department of Transportation, working on the NEPA reviews, working on the contracting, and tonight's step is a step to enable us to complete this and get it obligated either in late December or perhaps in early January. I did also want to mention that even just getting it obligated, I think, and this could apply to other grants potentially as well, may not be enough. There are certainly different ways that funds could eventually be, clawed back if they're unspent. So we're looking at ways that we can be very forward-thinking about this. We might be able to get a chunk of the chargers that would ultimately be installed into inventory earlier than we might otherwise in order to make sure we have them on site, that good will come from this grant. And even if the installation process takes several years, because we were planning roughly a 6-year implementation, having those in inventory will ensure that we can continue with the important progress that we want to make. One other piece that I can think of from memory, and then I might turn to Emily I don't know if we have the slides to share, but if not, is that this is as part of the Justice 40 initiative at the federal level, at least 40% of the funding going to communities that from the federal criteria are considered disadvantaged. We have two parts of the city that meet that criteria in the Old North End and then parts of the downtown South End. So there's an emphasis on identifying, locating charging opportunities, particularly in those parts of the city. What did I miss? Okay.
I think I just realized you were waiting to be promoted to panelist, so.
Maybe we could just, we'll just show the slide just to indicate, just so you have a sense of where the chargers are currently in the city. And then I'd also mention, just while we're doing that, that we also have had, and it is part of the grant opportunity as well, that we've solicited input from the community about where people want to see new chargers. So let me turn it to Emily to describe this, but we do have a web form that folks can use on burlingtonelectric.com if there's a place where you feel like, oh, it'd be good to have a charger in the city, and we can talk about that a little bit more as well.
Yeah, thanks. So we currently have 23 level 2 stations with 39 ports. We have one DC fast charger at 585 Pine Street. We hope to have a second one in the Marketplace Garage working very soon. Our deployment of these has been fairly, I would describe it as opportunistic since 2013. We've put chargers in sort of where and when circumstances allowed. We didn't have, I would say, a long-term strategy or vision or goal or sense of, how many chargers do we need to be putting around the community if we want to have EV adoption at the rate that we want to see happen in order to meet the 2030 goal. So the team that put this grant application together, sort of having the grant was the impetus for, we really should have a plan, a long-term plan around chargers and have an idea of how many we're gonna need and what's the right mix between level 2 charging and fast charging. And so all of that analysis went into preparing the grant proposal. I think Darren mentioned most of this, so you can see the cumulative number of installations that we'd be doing over the next 7 years under the grant. I think you mentioned most of this. So this is infrastructure bill law, or that's where the funding is coming from. And so there's this part of the infrastructure bill is called the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Code. So all of the installations will need to comply with those new federal regulations. You mentioned equity and engagement in site selection. The grant calls for an equity analysis to be performed. We will be doing outreach in the community. We've gotten 145 ideas so far from community members
We have our own ideas internally about what would make good charger locations, so we'll be putting like a plan together around, okay, you know, ideas come in, we rank them, then we go back to the community and say, here's what we heard, or here's what we're thinking, how does that land with you? And that may look a little bit different in each neighborhood. As we thought about the plan, some neighborhoods have schools right in the neighborhood. Some areas, there's not like a public park or a school or a DPW parking lot, you know, for blocks, right? So you're looking at on the street, or can you find a friendly business that would be willing to host an EV charger? So we'll be looking at each neighborhood. And then those are the next steps, which I think we've covered. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any councilors that wish to speak on this item? Councilor Litwin?
I really just have one question, thank you. Is there room in this, and maybe there's a restriction on the grants and so forth, to incentivize folks by, so for example, maybe we put more around areas that we want people to go to, that we want people to shop at, that we want people to visit, and then maybe if they are able to, almost like validated parking, are they able to get a discount on the EV charging if they shop on Church Street? I'm just using that as an example. I'm not saying only Church Street, but and then are there other like community resources we want to engage people to be at, like city parks, like you say, where we want them to get outdoors as part of our kind of health initiatives and healthy community spaces? Or do we want to do something with Feeding Chittenden, where if they come and they donate, you know, food to Feeding Chittenden or products to Feeding Chittenden, you know, just like, is there space for that?
Well, I would just say that there is definitely space for, I think, the first concept that you mentioned about we want to bring people downtown. So can we have charging that's helping to incentivize that? And through this opportunity and some other opportunities, because this is not the only avenue that I think we're looking at relative to EV charging and grants, we are very focused on having charging for the downtown. The Marketplace Garage Charger is installed, is turned on, and we are waiting for a cell connection to get that up on the map for ChargePoint. So that's one example, but we'd like to have really bank of chargers in different locations downtown to support people coming in, shopping, visiting, fast chargers if they're just visiting quickly, and level 2s if they're gonna stay for a longer period. And the only other piece I'd mention is, I don't know that we cannot discount the rate because we have a public tariff that's approved by the PUC. I don't know if somebody, in this case, with our public stations could really subsidize it, could offer free parking if it's a public street spot and it is, otherwise there's a pay for parking. We could potentially subsidize the parking. But workplace chargers or you know, retail chargers, they do sometimes subsidize. So I think we heard about City Market earlier. I know they've had charging in some cases for visitors to City Market, for example, with a charging station that they own. So that is something that happens time to time.
Thanks, I appreciate that. And just to say, not just downtown, but also thinking about the many businesses in the Old North End that I'd love to see more traffic at. And so if you have to park your car and charge it for a half hour or an hour, you might be more willing to pop into one of the cool stores or restaurants or things in the community.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Litwin, Councilor Newbeezer, and then Councilor Grant.
Thank you all so much for this work. It's incredibly impressive and exciting. I don't know, I just thought about how wonderful our city employees are and how lucky we are as a city to have as much talent as we do, and the fact that we're going to get these funds dedicated before rollbacks at the federal level is critically important. And I think not only is climate change an existential threat to future generations, even if you, like our president, don't believe in climate change or think it's a hoax, there are huge health and economic benefits to getting these chargers in. And so when we talk about supporting our downtown business community, making sure that we have folks who are able to spend money at our restaurants, et cetera, come from out of state. This is going to be a huge leap forward toward that. And I just also really want to appreciate the fact that you're seeking input on locations, and you're really thinking about, I hadn't seen before this chargers on like the telephone poles, and so being able to sort of adapt this to, renters, which is the vast majority, 60% plus of our city. So, yeah, thank you so much for the work. It's really, really impressive.
Thank you very much. And just a quick point on the pole-mounted chargers, we just got approval, I think, to have an off-peak rate now for those chargers. So just like we have with home chargers, you can charge cheaper during the off-peak hours. We'll have that now for the pole-mounted chargers as well. Try to spread that benefit.
Thank you, Councillor Newbeezer. We'll go to Councillor Grant and then Councillor Barlow.
Hi, thank you. I appreciate Councillor Litwin's comments because I think it's really important. I think the downtown is always very obvious as a place where we would want to have, especially the fast chargers, but we do have businesses located in other areas of the city that it would be great to make sure they're on the radar for that opportunity. The other thing is, can you just send the link to the survey to the city council so that we can use it in our communications with constituents to see if we can make sure you get a good response rate on that. Thank you.
Consider it done.
Thank you, Councillor Grant. Councillor Barlow?
I was just going to move the item, but I'll wait.
Great. I have no other councillors in queue, so seeing none, Councillor Barlow, a motion would be great.
And I also very much support this item, and I'm excited that you brought it to us. I move to approve and authorize that the BED General Manager or their designee, subject to final review and approval of the City Attorney's Office, to accept and execute the grant agreement for a U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Highway Administration Charging and Fueling Infrastructure Award.
Thank you, Councillor Barlow. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Councillor Newbeezer. Is there any further discussion on the item? Seeing none, we will go to a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Emily and Darren, for being here. That takes us to item 7.4 now, Ordinance Energy Benchmarking of Space Heating in Certain Commercial Properties, BCO Chapter 8, Article 7. We had suspended our rules on this item to send it to our TUC rather than the Ordinance Committee, and Councillor Barlow, as the chair of the TUC, if I could turn to you for a motion on the item, and then we will open the floor.
Sure, and thank you, President Travers. This ordinance is being proposed as part of the effort to collect data on energy utilization to better inform any future policy relating to a building emissions reduction ordinance, or Bureau as we've been calling it. Since the first reading, we've learned that there are some institutional buildings at UVM that are part of centralized campus thermal systems, and these buildings aren't individually metered. So amendments have been offered in an attempt to make an accommodation for these unmetered buildings during this data collection effort, with an eye toward alternative assessment strategies and compliance measures for these unmetered buildings in a future Bureau. The complete set of amendments are in a document entitled Energy Benchmarking Ordinance Amendments 12.924 version 3. And the reason there's 3 versions is because we've been continuing to talk about it. The yellow highlighted edits in that document are the amendments that had been drafted in mid-November to address these unmetered buildings. But there's green and blue highlighted edits that were drafted this weekend as a way to tighten up the language. And the blue ones, I'll just say, were simply amendments around enactment and subsequent reporting requirement dates in the event our enactment date slips beyond January 1st, which brings me to a motion on an action tonight. And since some of the amendments were drafted this weekend, and because the affected building owners, and we know that UVM's here tonight, may have not had a chance To review these changes, I will be moving to postpone action on this ordinance until our meeting on 12/16 to give additional time for any feedback and future adjustment. But with that motion, and if there's a second, I'm hoping that we can still have a discussion on this evening.
Okay, so the motion is to postpone the item to our meeting on December 16th, correct?
Correct.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Bergman. And would you like the floor back now on the motion to postpone, Councillor Barlow?
I do not need the floor back right now. I think others may want to speak to this item.
Are there any other councillors that wish to speak on the motion to postpone?
Yes.
Councillor Bergman, and then Councillor Litwin, and then Councillor Broderick, and then Councillor Newbeezer.
Let me, I think, be relatively brief. We heard when we first introduced the concept of a building emissions reduction ordinance, the need for benchmarking. And I think that was fairly well established that you need to have baselines. And what we did was create this ordinance to be able to begin that process while we continue the work on a more comprehensive development. The information regarding particularly the UVM facilities leads us to try to make sure that we can get accurate information to the greatest extent possible in a way that is practical and economically efficient, and in a sum doesn't make the perfect the enemy of the good, doesn't waste money when we don't need to and when this is a beginning process. And so that is what I think the overarching goal of not only the yellow text, but also the additions to that to make it really clear. Let me just end by saying that the whole purpose is to recognize, in my mind, to recognize the reality that we've got right now and not leave open the possibility of creating giant loopholes so that new buildings or additional buildings outside of the universe that we've got are somehow slipped through what we've created as a more giant crack, so that we don't get the benchmarking, because that will defeat the whole process and the whole purpose, which is to understand the thermal usage so that we can reduce them, because regardless of what the incoming president thinks, climate change is an existential threat to the human species and a significant number more. So this is really an important ordinance. And I think that these amendments allow us to move forward and begin the process and make whatever adjustments we need to going forward. And I hope that we will adopt this when we take it back up come next Monday. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bergman. Councillor Litwin, and then Councillors Broderick and Newbeezer.
Yeah, so I don't necessarily have any objection to postponing, but I did want to ask you, Councillor Travers, President Travers. I believe the December 16th agenda is shaping up to be quite robust again, leading into the holiday break, as was the last time we led into a holiday break. So I'm just wanting to make sure that it's particularly necessary to make sure that this gets done on December 16th and not say at our first meeting in January.
Well, that second question is not for me. The first question is,
Or the motion
I think we will have a reasonably robust agenda at our meeting on December 16th. One item that I was expecting for the 16th will no longer be on that agenda, so there is a little bit of wiggle room. But I think it's really a question for Councillor Barlow, the maker of the motion to postpone, as to does this need to be the 16th as opposed to one of our January meetings, which I will also note, our January meetings are already looking fairly busy as well.
Woohoo.
But Councillor Barlow, do you want to respond to?
Sure.
Councilor?
Yeah, my intention is to bring it back on the 16th. We, originally had intended to try to get this enacted by the 1st, so we still want to expeditiously enact it, and I don't think it'll take much time on the 16th, hopefully. So I would prefer to continue to, in my motion, to postpone it until the 16th.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Councilor Litwin, do you still want the floor?
I would support the motion to postpone to the 16th, given Councilor Barlow's extensive work on this, and I think he has a good sense of what is needed. I would just ask that we be mindful about how much time we dedicate on the 16th to that, and maybe we end up having more of the conversation tonight.
Thank you, Councilor Litwin. I have Councilor Broderick next, and Councilor Newbeeser withdrew, so Councilor Broderick is the last councilor I have in queue on this item.
Thank you. I support all of the amendments included in version 3 for this. I agree with the comments of Councilor Barlow and Councilor Bergman on the importance of making sure all the building types within this universe are covered, both now and in the future, in terms of getting this data so we can properly regulate our buildings. So I'm glad that these amendments are here, and I am hoping that it will be a very quick approval of this next week after getting feedback from the community, if there is any. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Broderick. I have no other councilors in the queue, and so I believe we will now go to a vote. The vote is on the motion to postpone item 7.4 to our meeting on December 16th. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Councilor Barlow and other members of the TUC for their work on this item. That takes us to item 7.5, the staffing study recommendations in the Burlington Fire Department. On this item, I know we have Chief LaChance as well as some other members from the fire department here. And Chief, appreciate very much your patience tonight and your being here. The floor will be yours once you get settled.
And President Travers and Chief, I was going to cue it up first, very briefly.
Yes, so
I think that's what we talked about. Okay, great.
Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, I want to appreciate, I'm sure the chief is going to do an exceptional job, so I'll do my thanks and gratitude now versus trying to repeat myself later. But I wanted to offer just a little context of why you're getting this staffing study, which if you read, you would see that it was done back in January of 2024. And this is in context of our larger Modern Gov initiative to make sure we're going back and utilizing all of the relevant or even semi-relevant reports that exist and have been commissioned by the city in prior administrations. So we are doing our due diligence of understanding all the recommendations that are out there. So this particular study helps us to understand, obviously, our fire department and efficiencies and core service work, as well as places where perhaps we need to be strategically thinking of working towards, in the future, a better approach for keeping our city safe as much as it continues to grow and develop. The other thing I just wanted to take two other last things I want to mention. I talked about gratitude. I didn't also mention gratitude to the BFFA, who Josh is here back there in the corner, or the president of the BFFA, and the chief and deputy chief, because we met a few weeks ago now in collaboration to look at this study, to go through it in great detail, and to come up with key priorities and learnings that we felt were relevant to Burlington still today, to review what we've already perhaps started to look into, and the chief will go over that in a minute. But I really appreciated hearing that feedback and context, and this is the good collaborative conversation we had. And the final, and it's minimal, but I think it's important to set the record straight, there are a couple lines in this study that do not align with the values of Burlington, and if you read it line by line, they're sort of hidden, if you will, and I just want to make sure that folks know, while the vast majority of this report and the technical review and the recommendations are very sound and helpful and important, there are a couple lines in there that I felt were not useful and characterized parts of our city in a poorly framed way. And those elements are not endorsed by my administration. Specifically, there was some comments around, and again, it was a minor, but ways that they use language referencing folks who are living with substance use disorder, some references, and I think a little over the line on their personal critique on our criminal justice system, and how they described it here in the city as well as in the state. And then finally, our approach, our humane approach to how we handle folks who are unsheltered and homeless, experiencing homelessness in our community. So they're a little varied, but they were significant enough for me that I wanted to make sure that those particular minor elements were not reflective of the values that we hold in this administration. And there's a lot of really strong technical pieces of information we should take from this study. So I wanted to make sure that part was clear. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to the chief.
All right, good evening, everybody. Thank you for taking the time for this tonight. As the mayor said, we did create this, or went after this study after our last contract negotiations. We had a conversation with the then mayor about the high cost of overtime and retention challenges in the last contract. Some of that was COVID initiated, but some of that is also work-life balance issues. We created an MOU between the city and the BFFA to talk about proper staffing levels, studying proper staffing levels for the fire department. We put out a RFP. Mission CIT was the company chosen to do the study. They conducted the study from July through November of '23, reviewing department data and engaging our line personnel, command staff members, and fire commission and city staff. And the study was focused on operational staffing and service delivery optimization. Council President Traverse, do you want me to put and I can do that. I can, if you want to share the screen or give me access, I'm on the Zoom call.
I can do that. Hold on one moment.
There we go.
Okay.
Just like that.
And once you get online, you should be able to share your screen.
Great. All right. I just want to show this because I think it's pretty cool. It's got some good pictures in it. I like this one the most here. Okay, so let me put it on view mode. There we go. Yeah, I think that's a cool picture, so we'll just stop there for a second. So yeah, as we explained, the staffing study overview, and I'm trying to get rid of something here on my screen. It's like right in the middle. Scott Barker left. There we go. And study details. And it's not switching to the next slide. There we go. So current staffing statistics, one thing that I think a lot of folks don't understand is we are the only city department that has minimum staffing requirements. So we staff with at least 22 people on staff every day between the 5 fire stations and all of the suppression units and ambulances. So that leaves us with 2 to 3 person apparatus staffing on the suppression units, 2-person staffing on the ambulances, and so those are the current staffing statistics. We take about 22 weeks to onboard new employees when we hire them. We do all of the training in-house, and new employees these days have very limited fire service experience. And we do all this, we actually have only one administrative assistant in the whole fire department. So that Megan Sweeney is her name. She covers all of the administration for the downtown, all of the chiefs and deputy chiefs, as well as helping with the fire marshal's office, training division, and EMS division. One of the milestones the studies looked at, one of the metrics the study looked at was NFPA standards. NFPA 1710 speaks to 4-person staffing as a recommendation for all suppression units. This 4-person staffing does improve fire ground efficiency. If you want to look at like a 2-person staffing model like we have on a couple of our units, Engine 3, Engine 5, and Tower 1, I'll have 2-person staffing models. When you show up on scene, and you do get to a scene of a fire, it only gives you 2 people. You only have 2 people that can deploy the hand line, pump the truck, secure water supply, all of those things, which is just about darn impossible with two people, especially to do safely. So you are waiting for next due companies to arrive. So four-person staffing is the recommendation by 1710. It is a goal, but rather unrealistic for Burlington at this time. So over time, we aim to staff all apparatus with at least 3 firefighters. We feel like that would be a realistic goal, progressive goal over time for the city of Burlington. So again, when I say we intend to progressively increase minimum staffing, that is working toward at least 3-person staffing on all of our suppression units. That would require three extra people per shift, total of 9. You also are looking to reduce overtime dependency. How we reduce overtime dependency over the last contract was we added 3 overstaff positions. So those overstaff positions help to cover time off and attrition rates, again, so that we can meet that minimum staffing level without hiring overtime or mandatory overtime. We hired 3 in the last contract. The study recommended hiring a total of 6. So the second recommendation is to hire 3 overstaff on top of the folks that we need for getting us to 3 on each truck, which would reduce overtime dependency and allow for us better work-life balance for our employees. How do we get there? It's very expensive. Staffing is 93% of the fire department's total budget, so there are grant opportunities to help us to get to safer staffing levels. We did apply for a safer grant. We did not get, we just found out on the 26th of November it was not awarded. But the safer grant through the federal program allows for 36 months of full pay and benefits for firefighters hired to bring you to closer to NFPA 1710 standards. You don't have to get to 1710 standards, but it does get you closer, and our 2-person companies is a good place to start with that. And again, a phased approach. We will be working through the union contract between city labor and management in the city, and working toward an approach that honestly this city could afford to get there over time. The struggle for sure is we know that the fiscal constraints on the city are real, and we realize that, and we want to work together to get us there in a meaningful way and to a level that works well for us, but over time. There's other recommendations that the study offer that we have been working on. They are limited costs, so we are working on them regularly already. One of them that was the lateral hiring program. We did speak to that already here at this body a couple of weeks ago. We are still working through that. Our lateral hiring job opening is open until the 31st of December, and we hope to hire the 4 vacancies that we currently hold with that lateral hiring process. We are working to improve our recruitment, utilizing a lot of social media stuff. We are gleaning pretty good returns on that, but I would like to see more. Again, I think safe staffing levels are a key to attracting firefighters to want to come to the city. A lot of folks are just not interested in working at a fire department with 2-person staffing, honestly, because it's not ideal. Looking toward that alternative funding, like the SAFER grants, things like that, knowing that it is a heavy lift for the city, so the fire department is doing their best to look into alternative funding methods. We do utilize the AFG grant. That's how we've been sending folks to paramedic school for the last number of years. We received an AFG grant last year to be able to offer structural firefighting training, hands-on training to our employees over the next 2 years, and we are now applying for a AFG grant this year for expensive EMS equipment that we just don't have in our budgets to replace, and it's due for replacement. So we're working to that. So we are doing our best to optimize funding strategies outside of the general fund to fund the fire department. Another recommendation was priority dispatching. BPD has done great work to get their fire dispatch and police dispatching numbers back up. They were down to, I think, 3 full-time dispatchers at one time. The fire department did get involved and helped to prop up the fire side of that dispatch service. I think the BPD is now back up to 11 dispatchers, which has been very good. But if you want to get the fire department in a place where we can run a little more efficiently, priority type dispatching with emergency medical dispatch capabilities is key to that. It would help to efficiently respond based on need rather than kind of a mud at the wall, respond big to everything. They'd be able to identify different levels of risk to the response and appropriately send the right resources. So cost of inaction to a few of the options here, one of them being the overhire would be continued high overtime expenses and increased risk to staff burnout and injury. Again, with those mandatory minimum requirements, we will mandatory staff to stay. So if you're working a 48-hour shift, you could be mandatory minimum to stay for 12 more hours. Or be able to go home for 12 and come back for the night tour of 12 hours. We will not mandatory you more than 12 hours. It also definitely increases compassion fatigue to work these shifts and just not have the time off that you are basically promised. So we're trying to keep folks interested and able to come to work and not having to have those issues with mental health and other issues like that. Long-term savings would be reduced overtime liability costs through proper staffing levels. Just honestly, people using less benefits because they are able to come to work and they're not feeling burned out. Investment needed would be support of project costs and achieving 3-person staffing in all suppression units. If we are able to get hold of a safer grant, that would be great for 36 months, but it would be on the general fund of the department to continue that staffing level after the 36 months. And again, go for those grant opportunities. Other things that we talked about in the staffing study, which leads to employee wellness and happiness. I apologize, it's getting late here. But station modernization, upgrade facilities to accommodate expanding staff and improve response time. So the station relocation project, when we talk about the public safety building between the fire and police department, are key to that. Station 1 is falling apart for sure, and it's been years of neglected maintenance. So a new firehouse with the latest in innovation for fire departments would be a great recruiting tool and a great retention tool. Apparatus replacement, regular replacement cycles for fire trucks and equipment based on use. Currently, fire trucks are 4 years to get if you order one today. Ambulances are 3 years to get if you order one today. So when I'm constantly emailing Catherine and the mayor and about capital replacement of fire trucks and ambulances. The reason being is because it just takes so darn long to get them. Equipment updates, state-of-the-art firefighting gear and tools, as well as EMS equipment is important to safe response. One of the big things we're looking at now is fighting EV fires. We did, but last year, we were able to buy a full set of EV firefighting nozzles and gear. And this year, we're going to hopefully be able to buy a couple of more sets to be able to be put in service. And technology integration against enhanced dispatch and communication systems for improved operational efficiencies. So what can we do for the next steps? We can approve and support budget allocations for phased staff increases of trainings and equipment, support grant applications, which you guys always do, and we appreciate that. Review progress, quarterly updates on staffing improvement and initiatives. So where are we? And one of the things we're going to want to talk about is as we are running this lateral hiring program for the first time, how did that go and what can we do to make things better? And just pledge to support us like you do. I mean, we do really appreciate very much the support that you all give to the fire department. We are working very hard for you every day, and we appreciate all of your support. With me tonight, I have Josh Kurtlink from the BFFA as the union president, and Mike Curtin, my deputy chief of administration, and all of us are available if you have questions.
Thank you very much, Chief, for that presentation and for the detailed report. I will note for the public that you've provided the slides, which will be posted after this meeting for folks to be able to see them, so thank you very much for that. Do any councilors wish to speak on this item? Councilor Newbeezer and then Councilor Grant.
I just want to say thank you again. I feel like every time you come before the council, my only feedback is you're doing great. I'm just, again, consistently impressed with the sort of partnership that you've facilitated between the fire department and the rest of the city. And that's exactly the kind of leadership that I think we need from folks playing integral roles in our public safety systems. The fact that, we were talking about wanting to make sure we can stretch dollars, and I feel like every time our city invests in our fire department, you all take that responsibility really seriously and really do stretch those dollars and deliver. So deeply grateful and look forward to figuring out how we can be supportive.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. Councilor Grant?
Everything my colleague just said, but also I continue to really appreciate the reports that you bring to us, the detail, the anticipation of questions. It means a lot. And I, again, also really appreciate you and your team always being willing to answer questions, never from any type of defensive mode, especially during this time of really tight fiscal decisions we have to make, while at the same time needing to make sure that you have what you need. And finally, I'll just say I really appreciate and look forward to hearing more about the success of the lateral transfers. And the very last thing I will say is that the last time, 2 times, tonight and the previous time, that you've had to be presenting to us, you've been stuck really late in the meeting. So just for scheduling purposes, the next time the chief is here, if we can put him on early on, just to give him a break, that would be awesome. Thank you so much.
Councilor Litwin?
I noticed the same thing, so thanks for pointing that out. You always get the late night spot. So one of the things that I am interested in sort of the long term, us looking at, and I'm sure there are some regulations that you know all about and I don't know all about, so I'm happy to hear about them, is that as more large buildings come online, Cambrian Way is a really great example of what I'm talking about, but this will happen all over the city, especially if the Secord project keeps going the way it will hopefully go. These come with these really advanced modern fire suppression systems, including panels that send codes, I believe, directly to your dispatch. And what I have noticed happening over the past half decade of that neighborhood being online is that it is absorbing a lot of resources from the fire department. Fire department is on that street probably 3 times a week, no exaggeration, and in many times it is in response to cigarette smoking in units, cooking smoke. It's almost never a serious fire that kind of requires us to roll trucks and ambulances and so forth. And so I'm sort of wanting us, I'm planting the seed now, because as we start to look at FY26 and being very fiscally conservative, are there opportunities for us that we could look at to see, are there properties that are particularly draining resources? Are there ways for us to improve how we, without me telling you how to do your work, are there ways for us to improve how we respond? Does it always require that level of response? And would this help with some of the burnout, the staffing? I'm not saying we don't still need to resolve that. I think we absolutely need to get you to safe staffing. But I wonder, is there an opportunity to sort of respond less to some of the incidences, or to work with some of the property managers to better understand what is going on that's setting off smoke detectors and requiring a BFD response? And now there's 5 or 6, maybe more, huge buildings online just on that dead-end street. So I just want to see if you think there's an opportunity for us to start to look at data or make any kind of smart, savvy choices there.
We have, we've changed our response models a lot in the time that I've worked at the fire department. For example, when a fire alarm was sounded at UVM rescue, or at UVM, we would send 3 pumps, a ladder, the battalion, and an ambulance every time. And a lot of times it was burned popcorn in the microwave. So what we've done is we've taken a lot of these buildings, we've looked at them, we say, okay, which ones have the fire suppression systems, which ones have the fire alarm systems, which ones are connected to the fire department directly, which ones are, what is the what is the building used for? Is it housing? Is it office buildings? And what is the risk valuation on that building? And we went through as a whole department a number of years ago, and we basically rated almost the whole city, and we've changed the way we respond. So now you'll get 2 units to UVM, you'll get a ladder truck and an engine company. So we have already done a lot of that. Where I think we could do a little more work to that would be with that emergency medical dispatch on the medical side, so that if you call me and you have I was called one time for somebody who had a bug in their ear. I mean, it was literally a little bug in their ear. I looked in and there was a little bug in there. But does that need a response of 5 people? Probably not, right? So that's where, with that medical dispatch, somebody could take that call, be medically trained, be able to make an assessment of the patient over the phone, and be able to initiate the primary, a more real response. We've already done that with our overdoses and unresponsive. I know overdoses sound like a very serious call, and they are a very serious call, but they're fairly easy to turn around, and we've begun sending single unit responses to calls for overdose or unresponsives. And the reason we do that is because we get there, and honestly, a large percentage of the time the folks were not overdosed, so we were able to reduce that response and take that workload off of our ambulance crews. And we are looking to do that with more call types. With the investment the city has made into our computer-aided dispatch system, that's huge because we can create call types. The investment that the city's made into our station alerting system is huge because it connects to the CAD, and it allows us to send a more appropriate response, all automated based on call type that dispatch puts into the system. And it's not just somebody taking a call and just punching out trucks.
I need to reclaim my time just for,
Well, you're beyond time now.
oh,
Councilor
well,
Rowland,
then
so-
I should have reclaimed it earlier, but, okay.
I stole your time, I apologize.
No, it's a funny rule we have here. Maybe we should revisit the rule at some point.
I don't think it's funny. So, does any other counselor wish to be recognized on this item? Counselor Carpenter.
I'll try to be quick, and I too want to thank you so much for all the work you do, and I'm glad you brought up just the conversation about the medical responses, having spent a lot of my professional years working with older and disabled people, and kind of the concerns they have when you come full bore, and having had clients and folks I served who wouldn't let us call the fire department because you're going to come with everybody. So it's just, and I know there's a lot of research on it, and I know you're working hard on it, and you certainly don't want to underserve, but thank you for looking at it, and I think there is more work that we can do in adequately responding to those folks, but not
Right.
with every truck you own.
We certainly don't want to underserve, and unfortunately, a lot of the rules we have and a lot of the ways we respond are based on bad things happening. When you respond too little or too late, bad things happen and you're not prepared. So a lot of the way that we do the things we do is just to make sure that everybody's covered safely. And you're right, there are a lot of folks like, they'll call, can you come without lights? Can you come without, and we can do that. We can certainly curtail our responses to be a little less intrusive, but most of the time we're just planning for the worst. Firefighters are very pessimistic for a reason, so we want to be ready and be able to serve people wherever they are.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. We do not have any other counselors in the queue. And so there is no action item on this tonight. I know there will be action items to come, no doubt, in 2025, Chief, and I think this is a great roadmap for the future. So thank you very much for the presentation this evening. Great. So we have one additional item on our deliberative agenda, which is item 7.6, Ordinance Amending BCO Sections 19, Sections 21, 29 regarding defacement of property and ordinance violations targeting individuals on the basis of protected classifications. And for a motion on this item, Councilor Shannon, I turn to you as Chair of the Ordinance Committee.
Thank you, President Travers. I'd like to move to waive the second reading, adopt the ordinance, and put it in all stages of passage, and ask for the floor back after a second.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Councilor Bergman. The floor is yours, Councilor Shannon.
Thank you. Well, I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'd like to walk the council through what the proposed changes are here. One part of the changes are in Chapter 1, General Provisions, General Penalties, and Violations, and the other is in Graffiti and Defacement of Property. So the part that is in the General Provisions, that clarifies the defacement of public property is a public nuisance, and you see that in the language added to E, and any violation of any provision of this code that interferes with a public right, including air, noise, or water pollution, the emissions of noxious odors, or damage to public property in violation of this section, is hereby declared to be a public nuisance and may be ordered abated in any manner provided by law. So that is applicable to that is in the main section that applies to all of our ordinances. The second part of this is a private right of action to allow individuals to sue to collect actual damages. Prevailing plaintiffs could recover attorney's fees, and conversely may have to pay the defendant's fees if it is a frivolous lawsuit. And this applies to all of our various codes. The third piece is the piece that is in the graffiti and defacement of property section of our ordinance. And that is the part that where the city will establish a new electronic reporting system specific to defacement of property. We received, in committee, we received a communication from the ACLU that expressed a lot of concerns with what we were trying to do. And just to really briefly summarize their concerns, they noted that the changes that we proposed to make were motivated by content. And that is a matter of record. They said that given the history, there's concern about First Amendment retaliation and future selective enforcement. To quote them, First Amendment, that any ultimate enforcement the First Amendment requires that any ultimate enforcement be viewpoint and content neutral. So that was one concern. Second, acknowledgement that the First Amendment allows for enhanced penalties for hate crimes. Hate speech, however, is protected. Since stickering and graffiti has been tolerated historically, applying this enhancement in an environment of non-enforcement is inappropriate. Again, this is not, I'm not making this argument, I'm sharing with you what the ACLU said. They also said it was unconstitutionally vague. An ordinary person must be able to understand what is being prohibited, doing something, and what doing something maliciously means, and in this case is too vague. They say the city has the authority to define public nuisance, but requires interference with a public, but that requires interference with public right, like air, water, public rights of way, and I think we addressed that in committee. We also got a letter from the Cornell Law School, which expressed very similar concerns. They additionally claimed that we did not have authority for a private right of action. They said that it opens the city up to a lawsuit against an unconstitutional ordinance amendment, that the private right of action is overly broad and vague, which is the same point the ACLU made, and warned of selective enforcement, as the ACLU did. Both the ACLU and Cornell lauded our intentions of addressing harmful conduct, and they warn against the actions proposed, and most vehemently against the private right of action.
Councilor Shannon, I will note, you're coming up at time on the underlying motion.
Okay. I will note that our city attorney is confident that we can defend this, this proposal. But given these concerns, I would like to make an amendment, Councilor Travers and President Travers, so sorry. And one second, I'll pull up my amendment. I'd like to amend the ordinance as posted on Civic Clerk by removing the private right of action I think that's the whole thing. Oh, wait. I'd like to amend the ordinance as posted on Civic Clerk by removing the private right of action and to request that the Ordinance Committee, in collaboration with the City Attorney's Office, confer with interested parties of their choosing, at least including the American Civil Liberties Union, to report back to the City Council with further policy or legislative recommendations on addressing hate speech. And I'll briefly speak to that, given the opportunity after a second.
Okay. Okay. So there is a motion to amend and to request a report back from the Ordinance Committee and City Attorney's Office as mentioned by Councilor Shannon. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Councilor Barlow. Councilor Shannon, would you like the floor back on the amendment?
Yes, thank you. I think that the concern, as I said, that our city attorneys feel confident that they can defend this ordinance, but some of the concerns that I have heard is that it is really going to open us up to lawsuits. That is something I heard honestly from Councilor Doherty before he departed the council. And given our limited resources, I think that that is concerning. I also think that there may be other ways of accommodating the goal we're trying to accomplish without attracting these lawsuits that we have been forewarned are coming. I am not going to make a legal argument. I think that there are legal arguments on both sides as laid out. But I do think that one thing that the ACLU said really did resonate with me, and that is that the policy is misguided. It pits residents against residents based on perception that an act was related to protected status. It risks weaponizing public ordinances into instruments of, and this is a direct quote from them, into instruments of private conflict, wielded primarily by those of means and privilege against more vulnerable community members. We currently are debating topics in the public square, including race and policing, Israel and Gaza, gender and family. The ACLU argues that those debates should remain in the public square and not in the courts. And I share those concerns, and based on that, I ask that city councilors consider this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. So the question is on the amendment and the referral to committee as stated by Councilor Shannon. Is there any councilor that wishes to be recognized? Yep, Councilor Bergman. Councilor Grant.
I think that because the issues raised by the ACLU and Attorney Carter are legal, and the basis of the amendment is really their legal arguments. I don't think that the fear of a suit, which we have regardless of what we do, is really at the core of the move to amend. I would first like for us to hear from Attorney Ramakrishnan, who I know has been on, to be able to address the issues that are raised by the striking of the right of action. And I would believe that it would not be appropriate to run my time to hear the attorney, to be quite honest. So, but I think it is most appropriate, since there have been a frontal attack on the legality of this, and therefore the amendment, that we hear from the attorney on this.
Point of order?
Yep, there's a point of order. I'll stop your time now, Councilor Bergman.
I do think that it is appropriate for the council, as a kind of request from the council, to hear from our city attorney on this and not dock Councilor Bergman for his time.
I appreciate that point of order.
I don't know if that was a point of order, but fair enough. Councilor Bergman, you've asked that we hand the floor to Attorney Ramakrishnan. I suppose I'll turn to Attorney Brown first, just to inquire if that's appropriate at this juncture.
It is. That is why he has been on Zoom this whole time.
Okay,
So.
thank you, Attorney Brown. Attorney Ramakrishnan, you should be able to go ahead and unmute yourself.
Very good. Can you all hear me this evening?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just to explain what's being proposed in that right of action. The right of action essentially already exists in the charter, in the sense that the section in the charter that deals with punishments for ordinance violations states that any member of the public who is damaged by an ordinance violation can bring a private right of action. So this puts that into the code. What it also does, it imputes a damage in a certain set of circumstances. What do I mean by that? Sometimes our laws, either by statute or ordinance in this case, impute a damage in cases where somebody hasn't actually suffered actual property damage or physical harm to themselves, so that people who have suffered a real and concrete injury can seek redress. So an example would be in the area of defamation law. Perhaps somebody isn't quite so famous that saying really horrible things about them that aren't true publicly actually cost them money, but they can still sue for damages to defend their reputation. This ordinance would impute a damage in the case where somebody commits an ordinance violation that's intended to intimidate or harass someone on the basis of a protected classification. Uh, and so that those people would have the ability to seek redress. And so that they have the ability to seek redress, it also provides for attorney's fees. Um, that's really all that's being done here. In terms of why our office believes this is legally defensible, it's well established in the case law that when somebody does something that's already illegal, it's already an ordinance violation in this case, with the intent to intimidate or harass somebody on the basis of a protected classification, there can be heightened penalties for that. A really good example is State versus Getty, a case out of Iowa from, I believe, just last year that I cited in the original staff memo for the first reading of this ordinance. And in that case, somebody was going on trespassing onto people's properties who had rainbow flags in order to write nasty notes about rainbow flags and leave them on their property. I think the statement was all rainbow flags should be burned or something like that. And that individual was charged and convicted of trespass with the intent to commit a hate crime under state law there. And that individual challenged that, saying, well, I was just engaged in expressive activity. And the court said, no, you were going onto people's property that you weren't, in cases where you weren't welcome to do that. That's a trespass. That's illegal. You don't have the right to break the law in order to engage in expressive conduct. And in this case, what you did was even worse than a normal trespass because you were targeting people based upon membership or association with protected classification. That's egregious and can be punished more severely than just ordinary trespass. So that's the legal basis for this. Why not just have a higher fine than for ordinance violations that are done with this intent? And the answer to that is that our charter only allows fines for ordinance violations up to $500, and that's what the code already provides. There's no way to enhance that. So we looked at opportunities for people who are being targeted to seek their own redress and to address their own, vindicate their own rights. The concerns, a lot of the concerns I've heard have been, well, what if somebody is just overly sensitive or they think they're being targeted? Well, they would have to prove not that they were offended personally, but that the person acted with malice, which is uh, defined in the law as a conscious disregard for the rights and safety of others, and intent to intimidate or harass on the basis of a protected classification. So we're looking to what's in the mind of the doer, not what's in the perception of the perceiver. And courts are in the business of determining malice and intent all the time. That's what they do. This is nothing new. So in terms of the ACLU's letter, as Councillor Shannon indicated, we dealt with, there was a change with regard to their comment about nuisance. So that's been dealt with. With respect to their comment about vagueness, that is a commonly made allegation in the First Amendment context, and it rarely wins. And there's lots of cases of this very type of ordinance where that argument has failed. I'm not concerned about that one at all. And they've also cited case law in their letter about situations where agencies, states, or local governments have expressly made it illegal to engage in a certain kind of speech. That you can't do, but it's well established in the law that when something's already illegal, you don't get to do something that's otherwise already illegal with an expressive motivation, and in fact, it can be punished more severely than just doing the thing otherwise. So I feel that what's being proposed here is very much legally defensible. If there were to be litigation, our office would stand ready to defend that, just as we stand ready to defend other things that have been done. For example, as you know, we're currently in litigation over the non-citizen voter provision in the charter. So that's the legal analysis, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Attorney Ramakrishnan. Councilor Bergman, the floor is back to you.
Thank you. So let me just be clear. I don't think this is a wise amendment to make. What we've got are rights that are in the charter, in a statute already, that we're just really trying to operationalize, that give our residents the ability to address violations of the code by a means that are other than this really frustrating approach of trying to call a police officer or a code enforcement officer to take action. That's particularly true, like noise ordinances. I don't know how many of y'all had to deal with the problems of the noise ordinance. Now, I defended the noise ordinance on behalf of the city of Burlington all the way up to the Second Federal Court of Appeals, where we were claimed that it was a vague and a vague ordinance, and we prevailed. Language in all of our underlying statutes, of which this is merely allowing people to the private right of action to enforce, like the noise ordinance, have been approved by the courts for decades. The noise ordinance, for example, was first approved, that language was approved in 1948. And like I said, I went to the Second Circuit on behalf of the city and approved it. I really think that the argument that what we are doing here tonight is vague and et cetera is just totally misplaced. It's like throwing stuff against the wall to see that will stick. And obviously, and I'm very disappointed that there's a motion to strike this. Obviously, it has stuck with some, but I don't believe that it's a really legitimate basis to do this. Pike Porter raised a comment tonight about leaf blowers. This is an example. So the arguments that this is actually focused on the First Amendment, I think is on its face just wrong, and you shouldn't bite at that bait, right? This is something that, our courts, we got a lot of ways to resolve problems. The courts and mediation are the way that we do, as a civilized society, the ability to work stuff out peacefully. Because otherwise, if you don't have that system, then people take the law into their own hands or take disputes into their own hands. This actually is a really good way for people to be able to address their disputes with their neighbors in a straightforward way. And the idea that you've got to, as Mr. Weegan said, enforce against everybody, or you can't enforce against anybody, is absurd on its face. And again, you shouldn't bite at that bait. I just think that it's misplaced to strip away a provision that is not as legal, and it makes practical sense in the way that we're trying to get our city to be a more civil and a decent place. And to the extent to which this claim about weaponization is there, and I'm probably running close to the time, I would just say, you're at a risk when you go to court to do anything. And so it is not something that people do spuriously. I mean, at least most people. There will always be some that are going to do that. So one of the things that you get when you go to court, and let me just finish, is you get a body of law that then begins to percolate in society, in our community, as to what's appropriate and not. So frivolous cases will be punished under the terms of this law and will also not be very satisfying for anybody. This is a way that we can make some progress on things that we are just not going to be able to do. I don't care if you get 100 cops, 150 cops, attack on every corner. Thank you. I urge us to reject this amendment and to strike the PRA.
Thank you, Councillor Bergman. I have Councillor Grant, and then the mayor, and then Councillors Carpenter and Barlow.
Thank you. There were two words that troubled me greatly because they frequently come up in issues of equity or lack thereof. And that's perception and tolerate. Like when people tolerate things, it's not necessarily because they want to, it's because they don't have a recourse. And I think with perception, people know when they're not being treated right. People know when they're being discriminated against. People know when they're being treated differently. People know when they're being threatened. They're very, the very act of being is being threatened. We've had this issue going on for some time now, and in my mind, it's intensifying. It's adding to, it's making other issues in our city worse. Like, so when we've had a lot of talk about the police department and how the public feels about the police department, this is a community response issue. Because there's a perception that the police department isn't there for people that are being threatened or discriminated against. So this offers a recourse, and I think based on the comments that are coming from the city attorney's office, we could take this on. I think we could take this on, and I don't think we would have lawsuits against people putting up posters for lost cats or dogs, but we do need to address some of the situations where we have these, stickers being put up near our schools. So we have youth who are greatly disturbed by this. Everything has just gone up like 10 notches or more, maybe 100 notches from the recent election. So we have to be willing to step out and lead in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grant. Mayor, and then we'll go to Councillors Carpenter and Barlow.
Thank you. I spoke on this earlier when this came before the council, and I want to put a finer point on my concern about this amendment. And it's in two large areas. One is, I spoke earlier tonight as well around the fact that community safety is much broader than our police, it's broader than our fire department. This amendment and this move to move the city away from putting more tools on the table for folks to protect themselves puts us in the opposite direction of making our community safer. And the reason why is when we think about procedural justice, one way we think about this is how we allocate our resources, our priorities, and our analysis as policymakers on who should be safe in our community and what tools do we put on the table for them to exercise that right. We are under-resourced in our ability to enforce, and more importantly, we need to be innovating and thinking about how do we continue to push safer provisions for members of our community who have repeatedly told us they are feeling targeted, they are being targeted, and they need our protection. As someone who's a member of the LGBTQ+ community, the first to hold this seat, this is the kind of moment where allies need to either step forward or not. And I emphasize that because there are countless cases and countless moments where other policymakers in the history of Vermont have stood forward and put policy forward regardless of what a lawsuit might bring down the pike. That includes marriage equality, for example. Many people lost their seats over that. There were court cases on the federal level. I would not have been able to marry my spouse if that were not for the case of people stepping forward to make a safer Vermont, for me to be able to be who I am. When you think about other lawsuits that are actively in front of the Supreme Court right now, there are gender-affirming cases that the Supreme Court is actively considering. Is that a reason for a state not to put gender-affirming care in front of young people and their families in this time and age? No, I would argue not. Our city attorney's office mentioned our own efforts around all-resident voting. We proceeded because we knew that was the right thing to do to improve our democracy, and we know that there were other lawsuits involved and down the pike in other states and areas, and yet we decided as policymakers what our priorities are. So in terms of procedural justice, again, we have a conscious choice here to make sure that we're allocating our resources, our time as policymakers in the right direction. that will make our community safer. And when we choose not to do that, we add to the harm in our community, and we turn our backs on, in this case, our trans community members who have repeatedly asked us for better solutions. I see no other solution here with this amendment. I see instead go back to the drawing board, which we have been working diligently for the last several months to come up with a better solution. So to support this amendment, in my mind, is a real failure of making our community safe. Thank you.
Councilor Carpenter?
Thanks. I have found this, I've learned a lot about private right of action that I never knew. When we our original resolution that sent this to committee was much more focused. And I think we need to go forward with the bulk of the ordinance changes. All this is asking for is some more time to convince my many neighbors and respected citizens that this is the right action. I, at the end of the day, may really want to support it if it's the only tool we have. But I'd like to really have a public debate about, is this the only tool that we have? Is this the best tool that we have? Where has it worked in other communities? This proposes some enhancements on penalties and damages. I just don't feel like the community understands it enough. And I've gotten lots of emails just in the last few days from people who clearly didn't understand that the changes to the trespass and graffiti amendments had this other bulk of work at it. And it may be the only solution we have, but I'm just simply not convinced that we've had enough public discussion on it. And all this amendment does is ask us to let the committee work on it, let the city office or attorney's office spend more time. Are there additional things? And really feel confident. And that's why I would like to support the amendment, just to give us some more time to bring that divided community together.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. Councilor Barlow?
Thank you, President Travers. Yes, I'll be supporting the amendment tonight as well for many of the same reasons Councilor Carpenter mentioned. I don't view this as taking tools off the table, but it's simply like looking for a different tool, or looking for ways to enhance this tool in a way that doesn't have the sort of legal challenges that we've heard it will bring, or the misuse that we've also heard concerns about. I'm not a lawyer, but I did hear during public comment tonight, someone wants to use it, wants us to keep the private right of action in this ordinance so that they can use it for leaf blowers. And so that's not the intent here, and I understand that potentially they could bring a private right of action on something that it's not intended, but then it's up to our city attorney's office to have to spend the time, energy, resource fighting that. And I understand that when there are legitimate reasons why we might want to fight that, I think we're going to have to also wade through a lot of unnecessary uses or misuses of this private right of action. So I too would like more time to look for a better tool, and we'll be supporting the amendment so that we can get the other parts of this or these ordinance amendments, these ordinance changes through. The enhanced definition to public nuisance and the electronic reporting on graffiti. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Is there any other councilor? Yep, Councilor Newbeezer.
Thank you so much. I appreciate, thank you, Council President. I appreciate the discussion on this, and it seems to me that the main concerns I heard in public comment, and I hope that when councilors hear things that are hyperbolic, that we're talking to our constituents and educating folks on the realities of what we're doing in city government. It seems to me that the argument is, what about the sort of misuse of this or the excess of this or concern there? But we have a branch of government to deal with those excesses and to litigate those questions. In this council, I certainly am not qualified to litigate those questions. That's why we have a court system. In fact, I will put it to my colleagues in the Democratic caucus. I trust former Councilor Doherty to help make these determinations. We have a legal system. If someone, sues me tomorrow and I have to rack up legal fees because they think I defamed them, but it's based in nothing, I'm gonna get that money back, right? I'm not a lawyer, so somebody would be like, well, technically. But my point being is that I trust our courts. I certainly trust, folks to be reasonable, and I trust folks in our community. At the same time, we've had a whole number of instances over the last number of years, not only in Burlington, but across our state, where folks from protected classes who serve an elected office are targeted with the most obscene and sort of hate-filled intent, putting things in people's front yards so that they're scared for their kids' lives. And the answer being, oh, we don't have the tools to do anything about it, right? So I'm much more concerned about, the lack of ability to address that adequately than the other side of it, or the other extreme of it, where folks are concerned this may be used, folks are basically saying, like, maybe people are just too sensitive, or someone's going to use it in this sort of like absurd instance, but that's why we have a legal system. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. Are there any other councilors?
Point of information, I know that the amendment strikes all of F, but there was more to the amendment, and so perhaps we could get that laid out, since that was actually the basis for Councilor Carpenter's decision. Yeah,
Yes. Councilor Shannon can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the motion is, as is listed on Civic Clerk, which is to amend as listed and to request that the Ordinance Committee, in collaboration with the City Attorney's Office, confer with interested parties of their choosing, at least including the American Civil Liberties Union, ACLU, to report back to the City Council with further policy or legislative recommendations on addressing hate speech. Is that the motion as stated by you, Councilor Shannon? Yes.
Okay. So that was thank you for answering that. May I have 1 second here on the second round, if there's not...
Councilor Travers, I'm in the queue, just FYI.
Okay.
Well, I think we'll go first round, and I will note, Councilor Bergman, unfortunately, over time, but you have colleagues that have not spoken, so, okay. Councilor McKnight, and then Councilor Litwin. Did you want to say something? Okay, so Councilor McKnight and then Litwin.
Thank you, and excuse my warbly voice here. I'm really getting over a bad cold. So first of all, I just want to say and make really clear that it's very important to me to have more tools to combat hate, and frankly, a lot of the hateful comments that we heard already today, and just across the board. I do want to point out that this amendment does still move forward one of the tools that we updated in the graffiti ordinance, which is a new tool in terms of reporting hate-based graffiti that allows people to have an anonymous email reporting method. So I do think that's important, and I don't think there's any reason to delay on that. So I'm glad that this amendment still allows that to go forward. But I do share a lot of the concerns that have been raised, specifically, particularly, I think Councilor Carpenter just framed it really well. I would just feel a lot more confident in this. I think it's the broadness of this for myself that causes the discomfort. I didn't enter into this discussion in the Ordinance Committee about the graffiti ordinance thinking that we would end up making a change to our overall code of ordinances in the city. And I would be much more comfortable if we could find a solution that is restricted to just the graffiti ordinance, because that is really where we've seen a lot of this this hatefulness come from. And I don't think it was anyone's goal to make a rule that would allow people to sue each other over leaf blowers here. It certainly wasn't mine. So I do find that concerning that we're really opening up a can of worms here. And so I agree with Councilor Carpenter that I would just prefer to find a different path if there is one. And if there truly is, if this is truly the only path, then, we can revisit that. But I also need to say that, some of this conversation is sort of troubling to me because it kind of seems like we're saying, we're just out of our depth in dealing with graffiti. We can't do anything, as Councilor Bergman mentioned, even if we had police properly staffed, we still wouldn't be able to do anything. So, instead of doing our job as a city, we're just going to kind of let everyone sue each other and have it play out in the courts. I don't know that, like I said, I want better tools, stronger tools to address this. I just don't know how useful a tool that is. And if people, I'm married to somebody who deals with lawsuits for a living, and it's a lot of work to put a lawsuit together. It's a lot more difficult than calling the police or, dealing with a city office. And it's a lot more expensive. And so, I'm just not convinced that that is our best path. And I do also want to say thanks to the mayor's office for collaborating on a conversation that I thought was really productive about how to move things forward in terms of graffiti enforcement and cleanup in the city. So thank you for that. And I think that conversation continues. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McKnight. Councilor Litwin?
Thank you. Obviously, for me personally, this is an incredibly difficult conversation for us to have. A lot's been said tonight. I'll try not to be repetitive for that reason. I think Councilor Carpenter summed up a lot of what I am also thinking, as well as Councilor McKnight, and thinking a lot about what other avenues we potentially have or could explore, and can we convene the right people into the room, similarly to how the mayor convened this amazing group to look at public safety, and can we have a group that comes together and looks at how do we deal with this and mitigate our risk for unnecessary litigation. Ultimately, while torn, I take the oath I took to when I accepted this seat seriously, as I have every other oath that I have signed, and it explicitly talks about our commitment to uphold the Constitution and the Vermont State Constitution, as well as perform the duties of the counselor faithfully. And I think this action, for me, brings that into question. We also have, as a primary responsibility, our fiduciary duty. It's a legal obligation requiring us to act in the best the best interest of our principal party. And for us, our principal party are our ratepayers and constituents. And so while I vehemently disagree with the messages that were shared tonight, with what's been on the stickers in my neighborhood, and I am not interested in utilizing the resources that we really don't have to drag us into complicated litigation over this. And lastly, I guess I would just say, there are so many legal concerns that were laid out around private right of action, the First Amendment violations, the vagueness issues, and some of these litigation risks, and that we don't even have the authority under the Dillon's rules to do this. The last thing I would say is, I think sometimes this conversation has steered to use examples that don't feel particularly, that feel parallelly relevant. But so for example, I believe Attorney Ramakrishnan cited a case, Geddes v. Iowa. I don't know the case, but that particular example felt very different to me from what we are talking about, which is writing hateful messages on rainbow flags, going onto people's private property, and targeting them with it, which is very clearly, I think, a violation of the First Amendment. And so I think that that particular example felt very different to me from what we are talking about, which is writing hateful messages on rainbow flags, going onto people's private property, and targeting them with it, which is very clearly, I think, a violation of the First Amendment. a hateful act we have federal and state laws to be able to prosecute that. So I welcome continued conversation around this. I want us to have more tools, but ultimately I took an oath and I have a fiduciary responsibility to put the best interests of the city and all the ratepayers, and the United States Constitution and our state constitution first and foremost, and I simply do not buy the argument that this is particularly defensible or that it is a good use of our limited resources.
Thank you, Councillor Litwin. Are there any councillors that have not been recognized yet who wish to be recognized on this item? All right, seeing none, then we will go to a vote. The vote is on the...
Point of information.
Yes?
Do I have any time left?
I think we're just going to do a first round, just one round, Councillor Grant, that's my ruling. So with that, we will go to a vote on, the vote is on the amendment as well as on the referral. And again, for the sake of clarity here, the referral portion of this motion is to request that the Ordinance Committee, in collaboration with the City Attorney's Office, confer with interested parties of their choosing, at least including the American Civil Liberties Union, ACLU, to report back to the City Council with further policy or legislative recommendations on addressing hate speech. And I suppose if I could ask of the City Attorney's Office here, is a motion on, is a vote on this motion, well, let's put this another way. Absent objection, I'm going to divide the question. And there will be a vote on the amendment, and then subsequent to that, a vote on the referral motion, and then if there is if the amendment carries, then there will be a third vote on the underlying motion. I say that only because, and I turn to the City Attorney's Office here, if there's a motion to, if the motion as stated is to amend and then to refer, but we still have the underlying question here, and what I'm wondering is whether or not, if the referral aspect of this passes, does that then pass with this motion itself? Councilor Bergman, I see you.
I mean, I was going to say, as a point of order, I think the effect is to send the amended ordinance back to the Ordinance Committee, or where it went to the Ordinance Committee. Do I got that right?
That's not what I took from it.
That's the way I understand the motion. You were amending it and then sending it back for more conversation.
No, that's not what I took from it.
So
Yeah, I'll go to the maker of the motion to clarify the intent.
The intent is that the motion be amended so that only the portion that is being taken out gets referred to the Ordinance Committee. So if there were a vote, if there were an affirmative vote on this motion, then we would remove the language regarding the private right of action, and as part of the underlying motion, it would then be changed. The underlying motion would be changed so that it's as, the whole thing is actually as written in the recommended action there. That would be what the second vote was on, was my intention, that if this doesn't pass, nothing gets referred. If the underlying motion doesn't pass, then nothing gets referred. It's part of the whole is how I had planned it, but I'll respect what the president wants to do, and that was my intention.
Okay, so, Councilor Carpenter, is there, you have a point of order?
Sort of. We postponed this last time. I had heard offline conversation about, couldn't we have more time to look at it? My personal feeling was that the rest of it's ready to go. And so I didn't want to postpone the rest of it. I only wanted to postpone the private right of action. So that was my understanding, but.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. So to provide some clarity here, the motion is to amend by removing the section on the private right of action, and then to refer a question, not a document, but to refer a question to the ordinance committee to then report back to the city council as directed by Councilor Shannon's motion. If the motion to amend carries, then that will still leave us with the underlying ordinance as amended, which we will then take a vote on whether to pass. Are there any questions from councilors as to the question here? And I'm willing to present it as a single question unless there is a motion to divide the question. All right, I will.
I think you should divide the question.
All right, absent objection, I will divide the question. And seeing no objection, then we will first go to a vote on the first portion of this motion, which is to amend the resolution by removing the private right of action. And on that question, the clerk will please call the roll.
Councilor Barlow?
Yes.
Councilor Bergman?
No.
Councilor Broderick?
No.
Councilor Carpenter?
Yes.
Councilor Grant?
No.
Councilor Kane?
No.
Councilor Litwin?
Yes.
Councilor McKnight?
Yes.
Councilor Newbeezer?
No.
Councilor Shannon?
Yes.
City Council President Travers?
Yes.
6 ayes, 5 nays.
So with 6 yeses and 5 noes, the ordinance is amended. There is now a second motion pending before the council, and this question is whether to request that the ordinance committee, in collaboration with the city attorney's office, confer with interested parties of their choosing, at least including the ACLU, to report back to the city council with further policy or legislative recommendations on addressing hate speech. And on that second part of the motion, the clerk will please call the roll.
Councilor Barlow?
Yes.
Councilor Bergman?
Reluctantly, yes.
Councilor Broderick?
Yes.
Councilor Carpenter?
Yes.
Councilor Grant?
No.
Councilor Kane?
Yes.
Councilor Litwin?
Yes.
Councilor McKnight?
Yes.
Councilor Newbeezer?
Yes.
Councilor Shannon?
Yes.
City Council President Travers?
Yes.
10 ayes, 1 nay.
So with 10 yeses and 1 no, that question is referred to the ordinance committee in collaboration with the city attorney's office to please report back to the city council on it. We are now on the underlying ordinance as amended, and I will note the time. It is 10:18 p.m. Only Councilor Shannon has been recognized on the underlying question right now. I'm curious whether or not there are any other councilors that wish to be recognized. Councilor Bergman, yes. It's to you, Councilor Bergman.
Just briefly, I don't think that we're doing anything with this. It does, you've got a little provision on the electronic reporting. That's okay, but it's really, I think, minimal and very performative. I'll vote for it, but you're not getting anywhere with this, and I just think that should be pointed out.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Does any other councilor wish to be recognized on the underlying question? Yes, Councilor Litwin.
I guess I would just add, I don't think it's performative. I think it's prudent. And I think that what we need to do is take our time to come up with less risky opportunities for us to address hate and bias in our city without welcoming expensive lawsuits and opening the door to neighbors suing neighbors over absolutely every ordinance issue. I just think prudence is what this moment calls for. And if the ordinance committee comes back with new creative ideas that the ACLU or other reputable organizations that have traditionally been very important voices on free speech, if not the preeminent voice on free speech in this country, can sign on for, I am very open to those.
Thank you, Councilor Litwin. Councilor Carpenter?
Thanks. A couple thoughts. I am not so concerned about being sued if it's the right thing to do. I agree with many of the comments of the mayor about that. I feel like we haven't had the public conversation on this. The original ordinance, or excuse me, resolution, in my opinion, unless I missed a big step, didn't really flesh out or anticipate the private right of action for every ordinance in our code book. That's the piece that I want to have. I think we've passed a part of it, and that was what the original resolution tasked us to do. We have this, in my opinion, still unanswered question about, is that the best tool? And I welcome the city attorney's office and anybody else with expertise to help us analyze that.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. I do not have Councilor Grant.
I do find this to be a little bit performative, and I think in terms of the expertise that we have in the city attorney's office and the expertise that was expressed earlier, we should have more confidence. I, as a person of color in this city who interacts with a variety of people from many different backgrounds, the diversification of this city has come with a number of issues. And I think that sometimes the urgency that's needed is missed by people who aren't different, for lack of a better term, because it's late and I'm tired. It can be very comfortable not to take a brave stance when others are suffering. So there have actually been many, many conversations in the community about what's happening. It's just that not all these individuals have been listened to. And it's been really easy to dismiss their concerns, and there's real fear that people will be hurt because of the boldness of some of this activity and the lack of repercussions and accountability for that activity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. I do not have Councilor Newbeezer. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say briefly, because I feel like this conversation is getting framed in a weird way. I take very seriously concerns around civil liberties and making sure we protect our free speech, particularly under an administration that, at the federal level, that could be determining whole political movements lose their organization's legal structures because we have a disagreement over an issue here or there. This doesn't, both the underlying and certainly now this one that we've amended, just doesn't come close to that. And I think I would just ask that, you know, as the conversation continues now in ordinance, we are very clear with folks who are showing up in public comment, folks who are emailing us. We have a responsibility as elected officials to be very clear about what we're doing and what we're not doing, and not allow extreme hyperbole and you know, this sort of like fear-mongering that we see, not from folks in this room, but certainly folks at the national level, certainly folks, some very extreme folks here in Burlington and in Vermont. We have a responsibility to push back on that, and I hope that all of us are not tempted to play into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. Is anyone else? Councilor McKnight, I see you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I just think that it's really, I think some of the overall context is getting lost here. I just feel like it's important to remind the public and all of us that graffiti is already illegal in Burlington. And like I said, I support enhancements for hateful graffiti, but we do have tools that we can already be using. And we're just choosing as a city matter of policy and because of resources, we're choosing not to prioritize dealing with them. And so, you know, I think it's inaccurate to frame this as some sort of a lack of bravery when we're not even using the tools that we already have. Thank you.
Thank you. I am mindful of the time, 10:25 p.m., and would prefer not having to suspend our rules to go past 10:30. So seeing no other counselors in the queue, we'll call the question. And the question is whether or not to adopt the ordinance now as amended. And on that question, the clerk will please call the roll.
Counselor Barlow?
Yes.
Counselor Bergman?
Yeah.
Counselor Broderick?
Yes.
Counselor Carpenter? Yes. Counselor Grant?
No.
Counselor Kane?
Yes.
Counselor Litwin?
Yes.
Counselor McKnight?
Yes.
Counselor Newbeezer?
Yes.
Counselor Shannon?
Yes.
City Council President Travers?
Yes.
10 ayes, 1 nay.
With 10 yeses and 1 no, the amended ordinance is adopted with a request to the Ordinance Committee to report back as previously passed by the council. I will be foregoing City Council President updates. There's one other item on our agenda, which is committee reports, and we have 4 minutes until 10:30 if there's any councilor that wishes to provide a committee report. Councilor Barlow.
Yes, the TUC will be meeting on December 17th at 4 o'clock. It's a non-standard date and time because our normal meeting would have fallen on Christmas Eve. And we'll be meeting at 645 Pine Street. The agenda setting hasn't happened yet, but will shortly, and will be on Civic Clerk.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Councilor Grant.
The REIB committee will be meeting on the 17th, and the Public Safety Committee will be meeting on the 19th, and agendas will be posted this week. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other councilor with a committee report tonight? All right, seeing none, and with no other business before the council, absent objection, we will adjourn the council meeting at 10:27 p.m. Thank you very much.